sustainability reporting for businesses. Today we're embarking on a journey to discuss a very appropriate topic, which is sustainability, and its emphasis today is on businesses. So sustainability generally has the ESG parts of it, the economic, social, and governance. It covers environmental concerns, social concerns, our relationship with people, and then governance, both on the corporate governance leg, and then I always call this corporate governance to the environment, our responsibility to our environment. As we all know, as we may know rather, sustainability is the utilization of resources, particularly ecosystem services or ecosystem resources, in a way that future generations are able to have them. And businesses have a very strong impact on them. So we'll be speaking about sustainability reporting with an emphasis on businesses. And we believe that at the end of this maiden conference, we will all be able to go back home and do something in our various businesses to ensure that we remain sustainable. I am David Omaome. I'm the co-compere for the day, together with my colleague here. Just a brief introduction. I am a nature lover, die-hard one. I help businesses, individuals, communities, and governments to make sense of sustainability. I also I'm a trustee at the Eco Restoration Foundation, which has the largest mangrove conservation park in Nigeria. Sorry. And hopefully we'll be able to ensure we make sense of your carbon footprints at the end of this conference. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ayoyinka Olajide Awosedo. I'm a partner at Andale Solicitors, leading the corporate and commercial practice units. So in my role, I frequently advise boards on how critical building sustainability into our business practices is and how crucial it is for the long-term success of companies. Our companies today have to demonstrate a commitment to responsible business practices. Not only that, we also have to foster trust amongst our customers and our clients, and we have to drive positive change within the different industries that we're in. From a legal perspective, sustainability reporting helps companies comply with regulations, meet their legal obligations, and labor practices, environmental practices, and so on. It can also help mitigate legal risks by identifying and addressing potential issues proactively. However, it's not just a strategic and legal necessity in our evolving business landscape today. It is also a moral imperative for the well-being of our planet. So we're very happy to be here to welcome you today to have these conversations. We have a diverse collection of experts who will be talking to us about what they are doing in their practices and how we can better improve ours. Together with David, we'll guide you through this exciting program and ensure that there's a smooth flow of engaging discussions and presentations on sustainability.
Thank you, Yinka. So on the sidelines of this conference, we would also be having some exercises that will help us make sense of what sustainability is. But before I go on to speak a bit about the exercises, I will first do my housekeeping. This is the Wheatbaker Hotel, and then we have the conveniences right out the lobby on the left. We also know where we came from, but in case there is an emergency, we have emergency exits to the left of the hall, and then if that is not taking all of us at the same time, there is another emergency exit right behind the stage. So feel free to take any of the emergency exits out. Also, the event itself has tried as much as possible to be sustainable. We have ensured we are using a venue that is concerned with energy efficiency. I had to inspect the premises to find out what they are doing as part of the selection process. We have also worked on reducing prints. So you can notice we have very minimal prints here. And for whatever we have printed, of course, the YDF will be planting some trees to make sure that the impact is minimized. And by the way, sustainability for businesses is not about not doing anything. It's about balancing what you do. So every business emits carbons, in various ways. The speakers will speak more on that. But what is more important is how you manage your carbon footprint. So for the exercises, we have 2 sheets on every seat. This is just to task us. This is not meant to distract us, by the way. One of them has some images. We just want to know your climate vocabulary, how good you are at it. So you look at these images, and then you look behind with numbers that has definitions. So in the course of the conference, don't get too distracted. And our audience online is already been shared as well. So you look at the image and then take the number there, number 1, carbon and other gases, etc. Look for the right image for it and write number 1 there. My colleagues here will be picking it up in another 1 hour, and the winners will be awarded champions of sustainability for this conference. Now, the second exercise is a story, and it's got the options all there. The answers are there, so it even makes it easier. But just take the Earth's temperature has been steadily dashed, fill in the blank spaces. And thirdly, you have your details so we can identify who you are. Please fill it up and then submit it when we come around you. At the end of the panelist session, we will have marked it. And one of the sustainability initiatives of the YDF annual conference is carpooling. We also looked at transportation, and we shared out a sustainability advisory advising people to come in pairs. So how many of us came in a carpool? How many of us used the link? By a show of hands, please. So I only know of one person, my conference planning committee chairman. I believe you came with some people on the link. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Akindayo. That gives you 5 points, by the way. Okay, so this is just the exercises on the sideline. We'll be allowing these conference speakers and our panelists do justice to the subject of sustainability. We would not want to take too much of your time, but please make sure you do these exercises. It's very important for us at the YDF. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Just like he said, we want this to be an interactive session, so please, your participation is very important. Share your thoughts, ask questions, and connect with your fellow attendees. For our online participants, please send in your questions. We have a media team just ready and waiting, and they will be attended to during the Q&A sessions. So those of us that are in here during the Q&As, please, we encourage participation. Just raise your hand if you have a question, or you can write it down and hand it forward, and we will deal with it during that session. And please don't forget our social media. If you are posting anything, please use a hashtag YDFAC23. We would really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. We would like to just recognize some important members in our midst. We would like to thank Alhaji Tijani Borodo, the president of the Chartered Institute of Directors. Thank you, sir, for coming. We would also like, thank you. We would also like to recognize one of our office bearers, Mr. Adetunji Oyebanji. Thank you very much, sir. Then we would in particular like to thank our sponsors, without whom none of this would have been possible. So White Rose Properties and Interiors, our platinum sponsor, thank you so much. Eco Fitness Hub, Avetium Consult, Alpha Bravo Integrated Services Limited, The Cable, and Adroit and Deft. Thank you so much. And of course, special kudos to the Conference Planning Committee for putting this together. Very well done. Thank you.
Okay, so without much, I would like to kick off this session by calling on the chairperson of the Young Directors Forum, Mrs. Folashade Akimusure, to give us the welcome address.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for being here. Allow me to set the protocol for today. Distinguished members of the Governing Council and Executive Committee of the Chartered Institute of Directors, Nigeria, the conference chairman, Dr. Akin Ogunbi, YDF-CIoD, our distinguished guest speakers, fellows, and members of the Institute, the chairman and members of the YDF Advisory Council, and chairpersons and members of our Young Directors Forum, our valued guests, our sponsors, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is my awesome pleasure and honor to welcome you all to the maiden annual conference of the Young Directors Forum. The theme of the conference, Building a Sustainable Business, the place of sustainability reporting, is up and necessary in the times and seasons of the Nigerian economy, and therefore important to our members, SMEs, startup companies, small businesses, directors. It's all very, very important to each and every one of us. The theme is particularly relevant to the Young Directors Forum, not just because it's gaining traction and it's a topical subject in the business climate, but because it addresses the current economic hardship and the unfavorable business climate ravaging small and business-sized businesses in the country. It is our hope and our expected outcome that at the end of this conference, businesses, business owners and directors will be equipped with the required strategies to ensure their businesses take advantage of the benefits embedded in sustainability reporting for organizational growth, relevance, and continued existence in the future. The motive behind the theme brings to bear the focused learning approach of the Institute of Directors in realizing its goals and objectives for the forum, which is to build and nurture and improve the set skills, competencies, and expertise of young directors, and to also effectively propagate the tenets of corporate governance for the development of future-ready businesses. The concept of sustainability was defined by the World Commission on Environment and Development as a development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their own needs. We were able to understand as our various webinars and knowledge sharing sessions through the year that a business can be termed sustainable where it is able to manage its resources and stakeholders' interests efficiently by adopting and implementing the right policies that address the people, being the stakeholders, and suppliers, we all know the stakeholders, management issues ranging from human rights violation issues within the workplace, social welfare issues, CSR initiatives for communities, to mention a few. All of these go to impacting the bottom line favorably. If you're aware of the term, the PPP, the profits, the planet, and the people, that is what sustainability really is all about. If you missed our past knowledge sharing sessions, kindly visit the IOD YouTube or the YDF page on the CIOD website to watch the presentations from our erudite facilitators. The conference provides the needed opportunity to delve deeper into the concept of sustainability, and our lead guest speaker, Mrs. Omobolanle Victor Olanio, the Ed Group Sustainability Access Holding PLC, will be giving a detailed synopsis on the concept. Mr. James Ogunleye, the Managing Director, Carbon Credits Limited, will focus on the E of ESG, measurement of organizational carbon footprint, how to earn carbon credits, as well as investment and other opportunities therein. One of the outcomes of a conference is the added knowledge on the sustainability disclosure standards, the IFRS S1 and S2, that is being developed by the IFRS in collaboration with the Nigerian Exchange Limited, and it will be deployed, how it will be deployed, and how we can be a part of it. We have Dr. Irene Robinson Ayanwale, the Divisional Head Business Support Services, and the General Counsel Nigerian Exchange Limited. She will share more insights on this initiative. Mr. Adetayo Bamiduro is the CEO of Max, and he'll be speaking to us on his organization's journey with ESG sustainability and how it has brought the needed growth, for that business. We will have the opportunities to engage our speakers during the interactive session, and I therefore implore us all to listen with rapt attention and plan to take advantage of this unique opportunity to have such great minds and experienced sustainability and governance experts in our midst. Before we proceed to the business of the day, Permit me to introduce respectfully and with the most pleasure and honor the President and Chairman of the Governing Council of the Chartered Institute of Directors, Alhaji Tijani M. Barudu, FIOD, for his opening and welcome remarks. And allow me to also announce that today is his birthday. Alhaji, President, sir, kind of stand up. We have a short rendition for you, just to wish you a happy birthday. Thank you very much. So can we all stand up and sing happy birthday as we welcome the President.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. May the good Lord bless you. May the good Lord bless you. May the good Lord bless you, President. May the good Lord bless you.
Happy birthday, sir. You're welcome.
Shade, let me start by moving this up. You pushed it down. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I start by thanking you most sincerely. Today is actually my birthday, and when Shade informed me maybe about a month or two ago they were planning this and the dates they had, I was wondering whether it was something that I was going to disclose to her, so that but I just chose to keep quiet about it. I didn't want any distraction in their own programs. But somehow this morning I received so many birthday calls and whatever, and I knew that I was not going to escape this year. Thank you most sincerely for the kind wishes, and I'm happy to be here at the Young Directors Forum. And for my age, I'm wondering whether you want to know that I'm on the side of 65 plus. So you make your own guess, but we thank God for His own grace. Now, distinguished members of the Governing Council and Executive Committee of the Chartered Institute of Directors Nigeria, here and present, the First Vice President, Mr. Tunji Oyebanji, while Ms. Amina Oyegbola, she's online. Unfortunately, she couldn't come, but she's online. The conference chairman, Dr. Akin Ogumbi, unfortunately, is still stuck in the traffic, like many of our own participants, but I understand that the link has been sent to as many people as possible so that they can join us online. But I'm sure he'll join us as soon as he's able to get here. That's Lagos for you anyway, we're used to that. Our distinguished guest speakers, fellows and members of the Institute, chairman and members of the Young Directors Advisory Committee, chairperson and members of our Young Directors Forum, our valued guests, associates and sponsors, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe let me start by making a statement. I understand for hard copy documents, trees are going to be planted. Where is Kene? Well, how many trees are going to plant for this? This from you. On behalf of the Governing Council, the esteemed chairman and dedicated members of the Young Directors Forum of the Chartered Institute of Directors Nigeria, I welcome you all to the maiden edition of the Young Directors Forum Conference, the theme, Building a Sustainable Business, the Place of Sustainability Reporting. I would like to extend a hearty welcome to our distinguished guests, associates and friends who have joined us physically today and online to celebrate this landmark occasion. Your presence greatly enriches this event, and we are truly grateful for your participation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Young Directors Forum of the Chartered Institute of Directors Nigeria represent a community, a vibrant network of emerging leaders who aspire to be leaders that will shape the corporate world landscape and contribute meaningfully to the society by mentoring others and supporting the Charter Institute of Directors Nigeria growth. These individuals serving as executives and non-executive directors in both small and large enterprises across diverse sectors of the Nigerian economy are passionate about enhancing their knowledge and skills in corporate governance. They also seek to leverage the Charter Institute of Directors Nigeria's platform for mentorship opportunities and to build a robust peer networks that will empower them in fulfilling their roles and responsibilities as directors individually and as directors of their various enterprises. The theme of this maiden conference is very apt, considering the ongoing global reforms to building sustainable businesses. The place of sustainability reporting has become crucial to tracking and communicating environmental, social, and governance performance of organizations. Sustainability reporting, as we are aware, refers to the practice of disclosing and measuring an organization's impact on society and the environment, along with its efforts to mitigate negative impacts and promote positive change. In reporting, one widely used framework is the Global Reporting Initiative, GRI, which provides a comprehensive framework for reporting on economic, environmental, and social impacts. Other frameworks, such as the Sustainability Accounting Standards Board, SASB, and the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure, TCFD, focus on specific aspects of sustainability reporting. Nigerian Code of Corporate Governance is a veritable tool for measuring sustainability reporting in this country. It is also important to note that sustainability reporting plays a vital role in building a sustainable business. Sustainability is good. As such, businesses that practice sustainability are good businesses. The chances of sustaining beyond their owners are very high. It helps organizations identify and manage ESG risks, enhances transparency and accountability, and aligns stakeholders with the company's sustainability goals. By adopting recognized frameworks and standards, businesses can effectively measure, report, and communicate their progress towards a more sustainable future. Against this background, today's theme, it is an honor to introduce as well and welcome as distinguished guest speakers who will explore these themes further. Earlier on, they've been introduced aptly by Shade, but the names are Mrs. B.C. Adeyemi, Obalanle Victor Lania, Dr. Irene Robinson Ayanwale, Mr. James Ogunleye, Mr. Adetayo Bamidiro, Mrs. Chinwe, Prince David Omagbemi, Mrs. Ayoyinka Olajide Awosedo. I thank you for accepting to be part of this conference. Most sincerely, we appreciate this. Ladies and gentlemen, the Charter Institute of Directors, Nigeria, was established more than 4 decades ago by a group of dedicated and responsible citizens who recognized that the adoption of good corporate governance practices was crucial for the growth and prosperity of Nigerian businesses and the economy. Like many other professional organizations, the Charter Institute of Directors, Nigeria, operates in a dynamic and complex business environment that presents new challenges. To address these evolving challenges and make greater impact in achieving its vision and mission, the Charter Institute of Directors Nigeria Governing Council is now more committed to strengthening and expanding the reach of the Young Directors Forum. Just against this backdrop, that I stated in my inaugural speech that over the next 2 years, we shall advocate for policies and practices that foster growth and innovation, which will be built on a 3-point agenda, which I tag the 3 R's: review, reform, and reinvigoration of Charter Institute of Directors, membership, and branch development. I also stated that we shall expand the mentorship net for our Young Directors Forum to ensure that more millennials and Gen Zs are given the much needed grounding in corporate governance practices. This we will honestly pursue. I promise you that. Our objectives are very clear: to discover and nurture young directors, guiding them to become outstanding leaders in the world of successful businesses. We are committed to providing our members, particularly the Young Directors Forum members, with opportunities for progressive advancement until they reach the esteemed status of full membership of Charter Institute of Directors, Nigeria. We aim to build their leadership capacity, equipping them for effective and efficient board-level functions, both locally and on global stage. But we will not stop there. We aspire to raise generations of successful young directors who will in turn mentor and guide others through a well-structured coaching and mentoring system. We believe in the power of knowledge sharing and experience sharing, which is why we foster strong peer networks among our members across various industries. This interaction will facilitate the exchange of ideas and development of initiatives that push the boundaries of businesses and leadership. We are also dedicated to promoting excellence and healthy competition among young directors. We will do this by recognizing achievements and contributions through prestigious awards. Over the years, welcome, sir. Thank you. Over the years, the Charter Institute of Directors Nigeria has been a consistent advocate of good corporate governance and has achieved substantial progress. In this regard, it proudly stands itself as a founding member of the African Corporate Governance Network, ACGN, and recently a member of the Global Network of Directors Institute, GNDI. Despite the challenges posed by the present economic outlook, Charter Institute of Directors Nigeria continues to advocate for good corporate governance in both private and public sector organizations and actively collaborates with businesses and thought leaders from various sectors to generate innovative ideas for our collective benefit to foster a business-friendly environment conducive to robust economic growth. I encourage you all, including the members of our Young Directors Forum, to cherish the privilege of your association with the Charter Institute of Directors Nigeria and steadfastly support our journey towards growth and development. Charter Institute of Directors Nigeria will always prioritize the welfare of young directors and remain committed to the governance of all private and public sector organizations. Your ideas, contributions, are invaluable, and we strive to realize the Institute's vision. In conclusion, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all past present the Charter Institute of Directors, the esteemed members of the Governing Council and Executive Committee, the chairman and members of the Young Directors Advisory Committee, members of the Young Directors Executive Committee, and the management and staff of the Secretariat for their tireless effort in organizing this landmark event. Thank you all for your kind attention. I wish you a successful, memorable conference. Thank you very much. So, you're most welcome, Mr. Gundi. We've been expecting him, but we had a caveat for you. The traffic in Lagos is something, but thanks for coming. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Mr. President and Chairman of Governing Council of the Chartered Institute of Directors of Nigeria. Great welcome address. And something caught me in Mr. President's address. He said, companies that inculcate sustainability are good companies. So the question is your company a good company? How many of us have good companies here? Show of hands. Anyway, this is not an investigation. This is a learning conference. So if you don't, or if you really don't know, I believe the speakers are going to do justice to this. And I believe we will all strive to make our companies good companies. And interestingly, the YDF is for young directors. So it's an early breeding stage for those of us who are going to get into bigger companies. I'm also going to quickly say that to be a good company, you must practice extended producer responsibility. So if you are manufacturing something or you are offering a service as a company that is sustainable, that responsibility should go beyond what you do. Say plastic bottles, you should add some part of your budget for recovery, for recycling, and so on and so forth. So without taking much of our time on the agenda, we have to wrap this quickly so people can get back to work. I have the privilege of welcoming our chairman of the occasion. I'll quickly read his bio, and we are glad that he's able to make it. Now, Dr. Akinade Akomo Ogumbi is the chief promoter, founder, chairman of Mutual Benefits Group, a conglomerate with many subsidiaries in various real sectors of the Nigerian and African economies. He's a thoroughbred professional, entrepreneur par excellence, and an astute businessman. Akin Ogumbi, who is also an economist and management consultant, is an alumnus of the University of Ife, now Obafemi Awolowo University, Lagos Business School, University of Navarra in Barcelona, Spain, and Harvard Business School, Boston, Massachusetts, USA. He attended full courses on leadership at the Side Business School, University of Oxford in the United Kingdom, and the Yale School of Management. He's an associate member of the Chartered Insurance Institute of London and a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Nigeria. He's a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Directors, a fellow West African Insurance Institute in Banjul, Gambia, and also a fellow of the Risk Manager Society of Nigeria, RIMSON. He attained the honor of the Commander Great Ife, CGI, the highest honor of the renowned University of Ife. In his entrepreneurial pursuits, he has taken quite some risks. Of course, it's expected of an insurance guru. He gave up an impressive and promising career at Nikon to go into insurance consultancy, a business hitherto unexplored and without the precedence of success in Nigeria. Dr. Akin Ogumbi was the pioneer chief executive of Finance and Insurance Experts Limited, a firm of finance, insurance, environmental, and management consultants, and managing partner chief executive officer in 1992. He's a resilient business manager. He has continued to create wealth for the nation through the establishment of many viable and well-managed businesses. He is currently the group chairman of Mutual Benefits Group, a conglomerate with 9 subsidiaries and over 5,000 employees who are gainfully employed in various value-adding sectors of the Nigerian economy. Dr. Akin is a philanthropist and God-fearing technocrat. He's presently promoting the establishment of a private university under the Arubiewe Educational Foundation. The foundation has supported over 100 scholarship awards and sponsorship of students in secondary, tertiary, professional education. Of these scholarship awards, there were Of these scholarship awards, there were 10 graduates of the West African College of Insurance, Banjul, Gambia, 15 graduates of the Chartered Institute of Insurance and Management, Lagos, Nigeria, a postgraduate study leading to the award of PhD in architecture from University of Leeds in the UK, among others. Dr. Akin sits on the board of many companies, both in Nigeria and in other countries. Please make welcome Dr. Akin Ogumbi, the chairman of the occasion, to give us his welcome address. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My president, I welcome you to this August occasion and I want to welcome all the discussants. First, let me apologize for coming late. It is not in my character. I live far away in a village called Ikeja, and I left my house 9:30, hoping to get here by 10:30. But unfortunately, here I am. I'm sorry. Let me start by I was actually addressed as Mr. IOD. Why? Because I was the chairman of membership committee, very, very active chairman of membership committee. There was actually anybody, whether fellow or director or ordinary, that would not have engagement with. So, and when I saw the invitation, I actually said to myself, maybe this is another clear-up call to come back. So, Mom, thank you for the invitation. I want to fully again identify with you, and whatever it is I'm able to do, I want to contribute my little quota once again. I would say I went to politics. You know how Nigerian politics is. Very, very terrible. The more qualified you are in Nigerian politics, the very more detestable the people who control the power they are about you. So I am here, back in the corporate world. Have I abandoned politics? Maybe yes, maybe no. But will I say how things go? Is anybody from Osun State here? Oh, my brother, you are from Osun State. Are you aware of my exploit? But you didn't come home to come and support me now. Okay. Well, thank you so much. The MC, very kind of you. So let me just, I will read my opening remark. I hope my apology is accepted. Okay, thank you so much. I wish to thank IOD Nigeria for the honor of this invitation. There was a time when I was labeled Mr. IOD because of my very active chairman of membership committee. I was personally involved with every single member, and I had a great and wonderful time serving the great institute in that capacity. Today's event indeed is an homecoming, and an homecoming indeed for me. And indeed, I'm delighted, and I also feel very honored. Thank you for the invitation. The theme of this maiden edition of Young Directors Conference is Building a Sustainable Business, the place of sustainable reporting. I'm very positive that justice will be done to this topic by very distinguished speakers. I don't know them, but I'm eager to see what we have to say. Let me at this juncture note something that has been very really bothering me as an entrepreneur, as a key stakeholder in the financial sector of the Nigerian economy and the larger African economy. No, I think this is it. Okay. Most Nigerian entrepreneurs and are very hardworking businesses and businessmen as well as women start very well, and they suddenly, mark that one, the entrepreneurship spirit in them, they will thrive, they will work so hard to ensure that a company is formed. But suddenly, what do we see? The businesses flounder, and we do not hear of them again. I'm sure some of you are 50 years old or more. We have the Udutolas, Abiolas, and a whole lot, particularly the Southwest entrepreneurs. You know them, but the question is, where are they today? Once the founder and the entrepreneur dies, there is no reliable succession, and the business flounders and dies. The missing link in all this is one single word: sustainability. Sustainability. I remember when I started my company, all my vocal concentration was on having a company that would survive me. And I keep saying, I will live long. I think I will live up to 150 years. President, sir. So if I have a business that will survive me after 150 years. So that word sustainability has been my watchword. The missing link is sustainability. Building businesses that keep going, sustaining themselves, and continue years into the future. Sustainability simply means creating long-term growth and prosperity for the business. We should make our business achieve their goals in the short run, short term, medium term, and long term for all stakeholders. Generally, sustainability involves programs, actions, and initiatives aimed at preserving value-adding businesses. It covers 4 distinct areas, and what is actually the entire area of life: human, social, economic, and environment. So if these areas are covered, then you have actually covered the entire lifespan. These are the 4 essential pillars in our search for prosperity, growth, and success in order to ensure better quality of life for all. Sustainability is a society's ability to exist and develop without depleting natural resources needed to ensure on a continuous basis a healthy planet. The emphasis here is sustainable quality of life for the future that is achieved through diligent adherence to specific care instruction defined as KPIs and other measures. It is my sincere hope that our Nigerian entrepreneurs will imbibe the culture of sustainability and its application to businesses, which is indeed the purpose of this awareness generating seminar. Once again, I just wish and I hope that justice will be done by the discussants of this topic, and everyone will go home satisfied that we have actually taken something. It is not enough to be an entrepreneur. What we are saying is be an entrepreneur by excellence and develop a business that will survive you, whether you live long, whether it's a short, whatever it is. Let's build a business that is sustainable for the future and in the long term of our life. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you and good morning.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ogubi. We appreciate your presence here and your support. The 2 things that we can take away from what you've spoken to us about today is inculcating sustainability in our businesses, so we're seeing 2nd and 3rd generations running those industries. And secondly, Dr. Ogubi has missed the IOD, so please, let's pull him back in so he can be Mr. IOD once again. Thank you. Just before we proceed, we want to recognize our 2nd Vice President, Mrs. Amina Oyagbola. Thank you so much. So we're going to invite our first guest speaker of the day. Her name is Mrs. Omobolanle Victor Lanio. She is the head Group Sustainability at Access Holdings PLC. She's an award-winning sustainability and communications professional with expertise and experience that spans over 25 years across various industries, including manufacturing, media development, and the financial sector. She initiated and led the establishment of the Nigerian Sustainable Banking Principles, which have been adopted by all banks operating in Nigeria today, including the central bank. She has also served as the only West African on the global team that developed the Global Principles for Responsible Banking, launched at the UN General Assembly. Mrs. Obolonle Victor Lanio has served on several global business, finance, and sustainability councils, including UN parastatals like the United Nations Women Empowerment Principles Leadership Group. In 2021, she was appointed to the S&P Global Sustainable Finance Scientific Council as an expert, and she was also appointed a member of the 2023-2024 Global Advisory Council to the Green Bonds and Social Bonds Principles by the International Capital Market Association. She serves as a member of the Nigeria Circular Economy Working Group of thought leaders that are supporting a robust circular agenda for Nigeria. She's also the chair, Nigerian Business Disability Network, co-chair Corporate Alliance on Malaria in Africa, board advisory committee member of the Nigerian Business Coalition Against AIDS, a member of the HIV Trust Fund of Nigeria, a board member of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria, and Sustainability Practitioners Institute of Nigeria. She's a 3-time winner of the Most Outstanding Sustainability Professional by Women in Marketing Communications Awards, and also a lot of other local and international awards, including Sustainability Icon of the Year by the Industry Summit Awards. She's also been awarded the CEO Employee of the Year at Access Bank PLC and the Most Outstanding Sustainability Practitioner in Africa Award. She has a Bachelor of Science in Mass Communications and a Master of Science in Sociology from the University of Lagos, and also an MBA from Prince Goal Bangor University in Bangor, UK. Omobolale is a fellow of the Institute of Corporate Responsibility and Sustainability UK, the National Institute of Marketing of Nigeria, Sustainability Practitioners Institute of Nigeria, member of the International Society of Sustainability Professionals, the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, the International Association of Business Communications, the Chartered Institute of Bankers Scotland, and the Chartered Institute of Bankers Nigeria. Please welcome Mrs. Omobolale Victor Laniyo. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Thank you very much for all the accolades. Chairman, sir, good afternoon. It's afternoon already. And to the executives and everyone here, I'm humbled and I'm privileged to be here to share knowledge, share experience, and discuss. The topic I've been given speaks to sustainability reporting, but I also would not take it for granted that we have all of the knowledge around sustainability. So I'll speak a bit about sustainability, delve a bit into sustainability reporting, and I'd like to make it interactive, so I feel really restricted with the type of microphone that I'm using. If I can get, yes, thank you. Stand, yeah, anyway. Okay. So I've been told I have just 20 minutes. I think this is what is causing it. Okay. Okay. I also wanted us to be able to follow through. I'm not sure. I think my position is wrong, but we'll do this together. So the theme is building sustainable business, the place of sustainability reporting. Next slide, please. Yeah. Next slide, please. So we'll look at what sustainable business means. And you're off. Can I have the next slide, please? No, the content was where we were. Yes, thank you. Okay, let me get my laptop. I know that it's been raining. I know that it's been a cold morning. We're now in the afternoon, and I just wanted to be sure that we're all on the same page and that we, get the best that we can from the session. And I promise not to waste your time, and I hope it will be worth your time. So we'll look quickly into the identity of sustainable businesses, then look at what sustainability reporting means. We'll look at frameworks and standards for sustainability reporting. We'll look at trends. I mean, I was listening to the chairman's speech. He mentioned SASB, SASB. They don't exist anymore because the space is fast evolving and there are a lot of reporting frameworks that are coming up. So we'll look at what would be valuable for you as a business. And I gathered that we're more SMEs. So again, what would be valuable for your type of business? Then we'll look at what role does reporting play in building a sustainable business? How do you navigate sustainability reporting? Then I'll give a case study of Access Bank because I've been reporting since 2009 in Access. But prior to Access, when I was in Cadbury, we'd been reporting forever. So I'll just share all of those experiences. So if you help me go to slide 4, and let's just quickly look at sustainable business. I tell people that sustainability in a simple way, and I would like to recognize Amina Oyagola because she was in MTN and she, our career, our profession was also in the space. So all of a sudden they moved that, I think, to HR, and then she kind of in my opinion, disappeared from our view, but you're welcome, Ma. I appreciate and I acknowledge the work that you've also done so far. So I tell people that sustainable businesses is about responsibility, right? If you act and you think as a responsible individual, as a responsible government, and as a responsible business, you will be able to implement sustainability principles. It's very easy. So, some people will define and talk about meeting your own needs today without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Quoting from the World Business Council on Sustainable Development, some people will talk about, the components from the economic, the social, the governance, the environmental, and all of that. It's all about the same thing. It's all about us ensuring that we do our business in a responsible manner. So when you're making profits, you're not making profits at all costs. You're making profits in a way that is environmentally responsible and is socially relevant in an ethical manner, right? You're making profits in a way that you are ensuring that the actions you take today would not have negative impact, either in the immediate, in the midterm, or in the long term. That's what this is about. So any business that is embracing sustainability must first of all have a long-term vision. You are in it forever. So have you asked yourself why many businesses in Nigeria don't thrive into the long term? When they even started, did they think about staying into the long term in the first place? So from your visioning, right, you must be long-term oriented. Now, if you are long-term oriented as a sustainable business, you will only prioritize short-term profits. So you're going to make some compromise. You're going to compromise some profits in the immediate term for you to be able to get sustained into the long term. And I'll give you an example. Many of us are today our own local governments. We generate our water, light, and all of that. If I ask how many people have either inverters or solar systems at home, many people will raise up their hands. If you do, please raise up your hands, like inverters and solar systems. Now, to first install those systems can be expensive. But you know that as you count on, it's more cost effective in the midterm and in the long term. And I just used that example to tell you that that's just something similar with sustainability. So it may look a bit uncomfortable in the initial term, in the short term. But as time goes on, you get a lot of value and you get a lot of attraction to also funding and investors for your business, actually, which is also been our experience. I've talked about environmental stewardship earlier on. It's a key component of sustainability. We need to protect the Mother Earth. We need to protect the planet. I work in the financial sector currently, and I tell people we can bail out a global financial crisis, but you cannot bail out a dead planet. Once the planet is dead, everybody is gone. There's nowhere to live again. There's nothing to do anymore. We're all gone. So we can quickly start to take the and words of the environment. Key area when we talk about sustainability. And whether you're talking about diversity, I mean, in Nigeria today, when we speak diversity, many people consider the gender. What of persons with disability? So in Nigeria today, I hope we all know that we now have the Non-Discrimination Against Persons with Disability Act in Nigeria. So if in your business, you have 50 or more individuals as your employees, by January of 2024, you would be expected to start to account for your behaviors as an organization with respect to persons with disability. So how is your building structured? Is it friendly to them? How are your operations? How is your website? Would a person with disability, either psychosocial or physical disability or neurological disability, would they be able to function if they come into your space? And those are things that we need to start to think about. And those are part of the social responsibility dimension. We all run businesses, right? And in those days, you do any little thing, people would respect you. It doesn't work that way anymore. Trust has to be earned. So the communities that give you the social license to operate, what are you giving them back? What are you doing for those communities? That is part of the social responsibility component. Your own practices in your organization with respect to equity. I mean, I really don't talk gender equality. I talk about giving opportunities, right? Equal opportunities, as the case may be, for individuals, right? Based on circumstances and, allowing them to express themselves. So if you're giving maternity leave, what of the man? He needs to bond with his newborn baby. Do you have paternity leave? Those are social responsibility practices. Then we talk about economic viability. I won't go too much into that. Governance and ethics. I mean, this is your core, so I can't teach you your core. So on the next slide, what I have here is talking about how do you therefore ensure that we have all of this in our business. I haven't described what we mean, right, or summarized what we mean by sustainable businesses. How do you build a sustainable business? I'd mentioned earlier on about us having a long-term vision. Purpose is important. What is your purpose? You need to have a clear-cut purpose. And I'm going to share the slides, so don't worry. We can discuss, right? And if you have questions, you can raise your hands as I speak. Clear purpose as an organization, very important. What of your values? You need to integrate sustainability into the core of who you are. Because your core values are your principles. You're saying, I don't cross these lines. You talk about integrity, right? You talk about excellence. I don't cross these lines. Is sustainability reflected in that? So if I use the Access Bank example, I was recruited in 2008 to start up this journey for Access. And I used to work with Cadbury. So when I came in and we started the journey, I think we were going really fast. And at some point we had to, I was told to calm down. And as a result, we went back and did a cost-benefit analysis on sustainability. We actually did the exercise. We got in consultants. We worked with our international partners, Netherlands Development Bank. And it was clear that, look, it's the right thing to do and it's the way to go. So I know that for many businesses, when you just start to embrace sustainability, you ask yourself a lot of questions and you're saying, as you look at it, you'll be asking yourself, do I want to go as deep as this? But I tell people it's a journey. As you conquer one and another comes up, you would conquer. The same spirit you used to conquer the first, you used to conquer the next. Of course, there are certain things that you may want to step down on and say, okay, my market, my operating environment is not yet ripe for this. If you're scared of being a lone ranger, if you're scared of going in and doing things first or pioneering, but we're not scared of pioneering. So, and I think that we have the size, and so we continued on the journey. But at some point, we then said to ourselves, if we truly are embracing sustainability, then we need to revise our entire core. So we had to go back and work on our corporate philosophy. So we revised our entire vision statement, our mission, and our core values so that they can be aligned with our belief and our embracing sustainability. And the way we normally would say it is that, when you have a house, you have the foundation of the house. You can reinforce your foundation so that it can carry something bigger. So we use sustainability to reinforce the foundation of the Access building, if I can describe it that way. And so by 2010, we revised our vision statement and our mission statement and our core values. And so you need to do the same. If you believe that it's the right thing to do, it's the way to go, you need to integrate into your core values. You also need to set goals. What is not measured doesn't get done. If you don't have goals, we're still playing, we're still joking. So setting goals is very important. And not just ordinary goals, ambitious goals. Because the more ambitious your goals are, the more the potential that you would unleash onto them. Because you can do it. You're running your businesses in this tough environment, right? And don't take sustainability as separate from the business. It is a core part of your business. So by the time you integrate into your vision, your mission, your core values, that's it. And the moment you set your goals, what's next after you set goals? You have to report on your goals, right? So as you report, you become more accountable. You become more committed. You know why? You're going to see quick wins. You're going to see little things that you're doing. You're going to be so inspired. when investors will come to you and tell you that, oh, we have XYZ funding for Nigeria, businesses in this space, and we see that you guys are doing a lot in this space, so we would like to fund you. It's the story and the testimony of Access. And so we're able to attract a lot of international development finance institutions. So earlier on in the month, first week in October, I was in Amsterdam because there was the Future of Finance conference organized by Netherlands Development Bank. And I met this young lady from another Nigerian bank I wouldn't mention. And she looked at me and my colleague and said, you guys have made life difficult for us. And I said, why? And she goes, well, the DFIs are saying that if Access can do it, you also should be able to embrace and implement sustainability principles. So I said to her that, but if you're serious about getting funds from them, you know that sustainability is a core requirement, right? Because they want to be sure that their funds are secured, right? You also want to be sure that your business is secured. You're not a scammer. You're not into business because you want to just make some quick money and run away. No, you're here for the long term. Remember, a long-term vision. Then you need to engage stakeholders. Extremely, extremely important. Stakeholder engagement is a core part of sustainability. What of sustainable practices? We need to embrace those practices in our day-to-day life. So the MC was asking us earlier on, how many people share the ride to come here? I don't know, but my husband is right there, VL, Victor Lanio, thank you. You know, we share rides now. It's not because of diesel or anything or that we lack vehicles in the house, no. But it is living out what we believe in. So we share rides, and I told him about this conference, and I said to him, you know, it would also help if you're able to make out time to fully participate, so that by the time we finish, you can drop me back at my meeting in the office, and you can go about your own day. Fortunately, he runs his own business, so he has more time, he's more flexible, and we're able to come. I don't know, the MC only praised one person that brought people here. Please, in our day-to-day lives, let us look for the quick wins, those practices. What of the waste at home? We collect all our plastics, and the off-taker comes to pick them so that they recycle the plastics that we use. You can declare your area as a no plastic zone. And even if you have to use plastic, then arrange, you know, to give it. There are many facilities around now. Even Lagos State is attempting to do quite a number of things about recycling. Energy consumption. If you cannot afford to have the censored lights, right, that comes on when you're there and goes off, you can afford to press that button and switch off the lights when you're not in that room. Conserve energy. What of water? Did you hear the world will soon be out of water by 2050? That's gist. But it's scary. And you know, this issue about climate change and sustainability issues is not far from us. Where are we now? Ikoyi. Today it rained. Did you see flood? Oh my God. Crazy. You know, when I was much younger, by the mercies of God, I'm about 50 now. But when I was much younger, I know that we could tell when it's going to rain. So you could actually predict raining season. Then you could tell, you know, the 7 days continuous rain or 3 days continuous. You could tell different things. You can't predict anything right now. You just need to key on to AI, machine data, right, to tell you it seems like the weather is going to be cloudy today or whatever. You can't, like, things have changed. What is causing it? Our behaviors as humans. We're causing an imbalance in this world that God has created. God is not mad. When he made the world with a balance. all those trees in the forest, they absorb carbon emissions and create a balance in the atmosphere. We've cut down the trees, we displace people that are living in those areas. We go and build houses there, use the wood to create. I'm very conscious of time, don't worry. Use the wood to create all sorts of things. And at the end of the day, we cause an imbalance. Then we start talking about climate change, global warming. Then we say, oh, Africa contributed only 3% to climate change. So what? We all feel the impact. But guess what? We can take action step by step, one by one. And as we embrace environmentally friendly practices, good social practices, what would happen? The world will be a better place for all of us. Remember, the Sustainable Development Goal says what? Leave no one behind. Then investing in workforce development is important, monitoring and adapting. Let me quickly go into sustainability reporting. I have a few minutes left, and I felt that it was important to really, show us all those dimensions of sustainability before delving into reporting. Reporting is what it is. I mean, we all produce all sorts of reports. So in a layman's term, sustainability reporting is about reporting on our sustainability journey. I think that makes a lot of sense. So if you go to the next slide and the next, until you get to ESG versus sustainability reporting. Next slide. Next, please. Yes, let's stay here a bit. I think it's important because people use these words interchangeably. The E is environment, S is social, G is governance. But sustainability is more encompassing. So, I mean, I think the MC had done a good job earlier on when he was telling us that, ESG is a component, is part of sustainability. And why? Why ESG? I'll tell you. I talked earlier on about investors, right? Wanting to embrace more businesses that are sustainability oriented. And as a result, many people would only declare or report what they choose to report in the past. And so the investors said, look, they need to find ways to overcome greenwashing. And many organizations employ fantastic PR people. They do great PR work for them, and you think that they've embraced sustainability. They help them to speak the right language, but right when you lift that PR shit, right? SHEET is the language I used, okay? When you lift that and you check, what would you find? A lot of rot. Okay? So it's no longer about PR. And so the investors are saying we need metrics. So what happened? Rating agencies saw a great opportunity for themselves and their businesses. The likes of S&P Global, right? And so what they've done is to design and develop a lot of metrics. Today we have well over 2,000 metrics on sustainability, on ESG rather. So under the E, under the S, under the G, you have a lot of metrics. And so they keep on, and it keeps evolving. They keep adding more, they keep dropping. And so your rating, your ESG ratings from these rating agencies has now become very important for investors and the investment community to determine if they will want to do business with your organization or not. So I'd like us to note that. However, sustainability, so I mean, you could produce an ESG report, just focus on your E, the S, and the G. But sustainability reporting is, more encompassing, looks at your, impact on the economy and looks at a whole lot more details than that. And I felt it was important. So what's the best practice when you want to report on sustainability, on your sustainability journey? It's important that you do your materiality assessment. you need to identify what are the issues that are material. But materiality assessment is very important. Some investors, you have your shareholders or your board of directors, you know, you have the community, depending on the type of business you're doing, right? So what is important to each, you do mapping check. Once you identify materials, your reporting must start by focusing on those material issues. So you actually, check yourself. And I mean, I've said it, there's no mark or fail mark. This is where we are in our journey today. We understand that we need to do A, B, C, X, Y, Z, and we're on the journey there. That employees, you need to plan into your sustainability strategy and agenda. Reporting the organizations, regardless of the size of the organization, your employee survey will be like a deep check to understand this field. So you're listening to them, and you will understand how to stance from. We talked about those goals that we had agreed to set. As we set those goals, it's important as we report, we report on those goals. So earlier we're going on the net zero journey. Discover true life story. We would have announced an exit commitment long ago, but I kept on pushing back to there's a number of things I want to understand and to do out. But today, we can easily say that okay, we're going carbon neutral by 2035 and we're going net zero in line with Nigeria's commitment 2060. You need to be honest. I mean, talking to yourself. And it's honesty that will help you move forward and continue to engage your stakeholders and continue to report. There are many standards and frameworks for sustainability reporting. The president had shared some earlier on. GRI has over 10,000 participants. By participants, I mean organizations globally that report using the Global Reporting Initiative. And recently, there was the ISF, International Standards and Sustainability Boards, that came up with IFRS and 14 stability. They introduced in, so the whole of last year, were all our stakeholders making feedback, giving feedback into the entire document. But to say that GRI and ISSB initially had a conflict, but they decided to then face again is in the midst. Thank you. But the important thing is that many times when you look at these frameworks, they are missing the African component. When you bring them in and you want to use them, it's difficult to customize. So if we're not there at the table, shaping the way these things are done, we'll continue to import junk for ourselves. So we need to put ourselves out there, and ensure that we're doing the right things. So there's also TCFD, which you mentioned earlier on. There's CDP, there is Equator Principles. All of this we're actually signed on to in Access. I think we're signed on to over 15 of them. So it's a bit also complex. Why I like the GRI is that once you signed on to other frameworks, you can engage with GRI to see how GRI then engages with all those other organizations, Equator Principles and co, and embeds their requirements into its own reporting framework, comes up with an updated version such that you're signed on to UN Global Compact Principles. Once they see your GRI report, they accept it that you've met the reporting requirement. Equator Principles accepts it. UNPRI accepts it. So it serves like almost like a singular response, right, to all of your reporting requirements across multiple, multi-dimensional, multifaceted frameworks for reporting. There is a principles for responsible banking and the Nigerian sustainable banking principles. We should not leave Nigeria out. 2 more minutes, I'm out of your face. The role of reporting in sustainability, in building sustainable businesses is the last part of my experience sharing. It helps with transparency and accountability. We're also able to benchmark and improve performance. So because organizations report, today I benchmark myself with HSBC, UK, Barclays, Banco Santander, and other international organizations. Why? Because they report, right? And some of these organizations I'm signed on to also have peer benchmarking tools, because these international organizations are also signed on to them. So I can log on myself, see where I'm failing, see what they're doing better than me, look at how can I, adapt it locally, and what would be the best way to, move forward. And so for our different businesses, I would suggest the simplest one you can start with is United Nations Global Compact. How many signatories of UNGC do we have? I'm on the board, so let's see. How many? 1. Please, if you can just, even if 2, thank you. If that is just your takeaway from this session, and I'm not telling you to sign on because I'm on the board, but go back and look at the principles. The 10 principles have been mapped to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Even though I say, sir, with all respect, they say we have 17 Sustainable Development Goals. I say we have only 16. Why? The 16 goals 1 to 16, is what we really need to do. Goal 17 is how we need to achieve goals 1 to 16, because goal 17 is about collaborations and partnerships. Do you agree with me? Okay, thank you. Communication and engagement. As you communicate, organizations that don't know you will seek you out. You're putting a searchlight on yourself. And it's a good and positive searchlight, because it brings you, right, to a good place in business and in the international community. So in a lot of ways, fortunately, Access has been able to project Nigeria on the global map as a result of many of the things that we do, right? And you see, there are multinationals that are doing similar things. MTN, doing a lot of great work. We're together on Nigerian Business Stability Network and quite a number of forums, even on UN Global Compact. But MTN is a multinational organization that does not originate from Nigeria. Your businesses, right, originate from Nigeria. And because you originate from Nigeria, right, it's important that you do things right. As you do it right, they will seek you, they will find you, and you'll be there on the global map. It's not rocket science. It's about doing things right. Also, there's performance recognition, like I mentioned, risk mitigation, and strategic decision making. I'm sorry I have to go. It has a lot of benefits when you report. Remember, when you're honest, it will help you avoid greenwashing because that can damage your reputation. Reputation is really fragile, right? You can attract potential investors. You're committed to transparency. It has challenges. The dynamic ecosystem, ability to communicate with your wide range of stakeholders. They are very broad. It's one of my major issues. All of your stakeholders believe that they know what they're saying and what they're saying should be priority. How would you prioritize? Let's assume you have a stakeholder universe of about 20. How would you make each one your priority, right? So it can be a bit challenging. Data collection complexity. We've had to, when we started, we worked with sustainable finance. They got bought over by PwC, and we customized a toolkit, right, locally here for us. Just look at the loans that we give out to our customers and say which ones, right, will be category A, which is high carbon intense, high negative social issues, right, around them with respect to sustainability. So as we customized, that was where we, started that from. Then we moved on to developing, an internal portal where we then measure, our own usage. So when you're saying to customers, be mindful of what you're doing, be socially conscious, environmentally responsible, are you doing the same? What legal, moral rights do you have to tell people to do something when you're not doing it? So we had to start to look at our own practices to say, no, we need to do things differently. And of course, all of that led to our commitment to carbon neutral, our practices, 6 months maternity leave, 1 week paternity leave, all sorts of things. Resource allocation, very important. As you report on sustainability, you understand how you allocate your resources. There's no challenge without solutions. I would skip the case study on access, but just to say we started reporting in 2009. And in conclusion, sustainability reporting is not merely paperwork exercise. It's the backbone of sustainable business. I hope I didn't waste your time. Thank you, and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Omobolanle. She really did justice to the subject. We all agree. A round of applause for her again. And she made some very remarkable points. We are currently on the sidelines putting the key outcomes of this conference. We've already got some serious punches already. The president and chairman of the governing council said businesses that practice sustainability are good companies. And so that is a challenge to us. Is your company good or you're just after profit? Our chairman of the occasion told us that succession planning is very important. You build a business, 5,000 employees, you die, and then the business folds up, then that is not sustainability, because sustainability in summary is the ability to utilize resources today for the benefit of tomorrow. So how sustainable is your business? Madam Olanle has given us a lot of, Victor Olanle has given us a lot of insights, what they are doing, practicable examples. She also said Africa is generating 3% of the whole climate crisis. However, she didn't add that we are the brunt of the receiving end, and that's why we have lots of climate financing coming to Africa. It will help that we are green, because we will appear to get more financing. So for all of us wearing green shirts here, madam, we need contacts where the green finance will be coming from. That was on a lighter note. And importantly, she mentioned about flooding. You see, I always sound the alarm. Victoria Island, Ikoyi, and Lekki are below sea level. What that means is that in about 50 years or less or more by a few years, Wheatbaker may be underwater. That sounds alarming, but go to Ahmadu Bello. In the 1950s, the original shoreline of Lagos was about 9 kilometers, 10 kilometers into the ocean. With rising sea levels, a centimeter rise is a catastrophe already. It's already happening globally. So Lagos is sinking. Nigeria is facing a climate crisis like the rest of Africa. The most expensive parts, the Lekki Peninsula via Inikori, are below sea level. We have a lagoon behind us, which is the Lagos Lagoon. Globally, whenever the ocean crosses over land and meets the lagoon, it's difficult to retract. So we are in a precarious situation. So this whole sustainability talk is not just a buzzword. It's actually a crisis that we must prepare for. What do we need to do? Organizations, businesses need to contribute to carbon sinks. Organizations and businesses need to do collective action. Wherever I have the opportunity, as a sustainability speaker, I always say we need the Great Wall of Nigeria, which should be built from Badagry to Bakassi. Because Nigeria is at the trigger part of the map of Africa. So all the strong winds from the Bight of Benin are slamming on our coast. We are the shipwreck graveyard of the world. So all the ships that are, wrecking all over the world find their way to our coast. The insurance scam in the shipping industry, where people insure vessels, take them off board, abandon them, claim insurance, those ships are appearing on our coast. So there is a lot that we need to do beyond talking. But I trust my chairperson of the YDF that will repeat this conference, will hammer on this sustainability, and would eventually get there. She also mentioned carpooling, a lot of other things, so much. That was a very power-packed delivery. Please, a round of applause again for Madam. And we will be, because of time, ramping up on speed and looking forward to getting the key outcomes announced here and then disseminated to all of us. For those of our people watching online, our attendees, please engage. And for those of us who are on seat that have questions, there is a Slido link. Please log on the Slido link. Technical, can you help with the link? So log into the Slido link, drop your questions. This will help us collate the conversation, the Q&A session in a faster manner. And for the worksheet as well, for those of us who joined recently, after we started, there is a worksheet that has been spread around. It helps with our climate vocabulary. We don't want this to be just a talk show. We want to sense your knowledge of the climate crisis. So please fill them. Some of my team members will be going around to pick it up. We have the presentation of plaques and awards towards the end. So we'll be awarding our Eco Champions from this hall. I already have seen some interesting answers. And we would also be taking a few questions. If you have any questions for Mrs. Omobolanle Olaniyan, Victor Olaniyan, we would like to take. Okay, so moderator, please also take note of that, because she's going to have another engagement immediately after this session. So we'd appreciate a few questions before she leaves. And on behalf of the YDF, of the CIoD, we'd also want to honor Mrs. Omobolanle, Victor Olaniyan, both as a speaker and for all her efforts she has done and she continues to do in the sustainability space, particularly with banking. So the plaques will be presented to her. Mrs. Okay. So questions, I will take a few questions now. The man raising up your hand, this question is for Mrs. Omobolanle before she's exiting the meeting. Please give him the mic, please.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mrs. Olaniyan, for that amazing presentation. My name is Ehis. So my name is Ehis Edemakiotha. I'm a first-time participant here, and I have a very quick question to ask. First of all, how can a young business So I run my own business. I'm a software engineer, one of the fintechs in Nigeria. I also run my own business, Relab24 LCC, and we pretty much develop softwares with a bias for excellent documentation. And so this event directly applies to me and my business. And so I'm asking, how does a business less old, because my business is less than a year old, look forward while maintaining hindsight as it builds for sustainability? Number two, now you talked about sustainability reporting and you talked about benchmarking, where you benchmark yourself to some of the top banks in the world. Now, for young Nigerian businesses, especially in Africa, where data is an issue, like data collation is an issue, how? Is there like an open source? So in the tech terms, we have open source. Is there like an open environment where we can get access to these sustainability report templates? Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you very much. So I guess your first question is first to understand how do you embrace sustainability whilst you are struggling as a small or a new business. Okay, so the first step, right, is to understand that sustainability is not separate from your business. So you are a sustainable, you're starting from the word go, you're starting to build a sustainable business, right? And you want to make money. Okay, so how do you start that journey, right? Is the first, is what is your question, right? So from setting your goals, like I said, your vision, right, has to be long-term focused. So you are into the tech space, and there's a lot of opportunity in tech. There are also lots of organizations that you can sign on to that will give you access to best practice, right, in your space. So we just as we just became Access Holdings like a year ago, and as Access Holdings we have a business in the payment tech, fintech space, right? And so I'm on that journey with that business currently. So first of all is, as you even think of what are you about, think of it with a mindset that these are the principles that will guide the way I will do business. Your space generates a lot of what I call e-waste. Okay, there's the e-waste issue. Right now in Nigeria, we still have that e-waste challenge. Okay, so you could start from, there's no grand way to start. Like I said, everybody is baby steps. As you continue your baby steps, everything becomes grand in your eyes and in the eyes of others. But to you, they are just baby steps because you continue to take those steps. So it's first by the principles that you embrace, will be the first thing I would say. Now we're starting to customize because you are in fintech, right? So we're asking ourselves, as a fintech business, what are the things that you can do on the environmental side of things? Let's look at it, right? So you don't have to go alone. You could decide that. So as you think of your solutions, you're saying, what solution am I going to bring that is eco-friendly? This is about the way you do business, right? The activities of your business. Now, in terms of your own operations, so there are two things: your operations on one hand, your business activities on the other hand. So your business activities are your products and services that you give out. How do you make them eco-friendly? Okay, how do you ensure that you are able to reduce your environmental footprint as a result of what you do? Somebody earlier on that talked about producer responsibility. So you too, you are producing products, right? What is your commitment Are you therefore like HP that once you've used the entire life of your device, of your laptop, you can actually give it back to them? They would be responsible, to ensure that that device does not result in electronic waste into the environment. So what are you thinking about? So I know that these are not normal thoughts. So you have to be conscious about it. But if you don't start first by putting it into your core corporate philosophy, right, into your DNA, into who you are, you won't think about it. So those are in terms of your activities. Then in terms of your own operations, where do you operate from? What kind of facilities do you use? What are your own, steps that you're taking? What are even the policies that you have in place for your employees, even if it's only one staff that you have? Do you understand? Then there's also, there's a lot. On the social side, additionally on the social side, every one of us needs to learn to give back. Giving back, either you're a Christian, you're a Muslim, you're of whatever faith or religion, is also encouraged by our faith, right? And is a key sustainability component. There's no way you give back that your business will not be enriched. Enriched, why? Because first of all, you earn goodwill. You earn the social license to operate. So let's look at when there was NSAS protest and the uneducated youth hijacked the protest and started to destroy places. There were some businesses that were protected. Why? Because they had been given a helping hand to those categories of people. If you don't help them, if you don't do things as your own social responsibility, those people will come back to haunt you tomorrow. After you've built your empire, they can bring it down overnight. So we all have a responsibility to give back to society, which is another component. So when you look at it from your operations and from your activities, those are it, right? Have I answered your questions? There's a second
Yes,
one.
you did.
Okay,
Very well.
thank you.
Thank you so much. The online questions, please file them in. We can also still take them at the other session. Because of time, we'll just take one more question for Madam Victor Olaniyan. Give it to him. Before your question, okay, go ahead. Thank you.
All right. My name is Daniel Obi. I'm a journalist with Business Day. I really want to commend the organizers of this program on sustainability. Again, commend Bolanle for his wonderful speech. I don't expect less being an cockeyed though. All right. Sustainability, we know, is the new currency. Either because it's affecting, like you said, we contribute 3% of issues of sustainability, but we take up about over 70% of the effect of sustainability. And therefore, we need to begin to address sustainability, and this is commendable. Mine is a question and a comment. I'm looking at, in the last 1 year, there have been silos of discussion on sustainability. But I'm looking at deepening this issue and deepening the discussion and conversation on sustainability. What am I saying? Like Obabalale said, when we were kids, she was able to tell us her age today. Thank God, Balale. You tell kids what to do, and they come back home, they said, my auntie said. I'm looking at a situation where we can inculcate sustainability in our curriculum in universities or secondary school. So these children will grow with this concept and with this attitude. She mentioned about attitudinal change. And attitudinal change does not start from here. You are middle class, upper class. We need to start it from grassroots to grow this so that we don't begin to have effect. We begin to control issues that affect sustainability and climate change. But I'm looking at how we can inculcate this in a curriculum in universities and secondary schools so that we cannot begin to address it in the next 10 years, 15 years. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. So maybe she will just respond briefly. That will be the last question for this session, please.
Okay, thank you very much. So thank you, Dan. Dan Elobi was my classmate in Unilag Mass Comm.
It's apparent.
Graduate. So Thank you. We started to do something, but like I say, collaboration is important. So we'll be looking to collaborate with as many people. But we started to work with some not-for-profit. We've established sustainability clubs in schools, right? And I hear you. I hear you about taking it right into the curriculum. But we've established sustainability clubs in primary schools and in secondary schools. Not green clubs. We had green clubs, right? But now sustainability clubs, because sustainability is more encompassing than just green. So those are some of the baby steps we've taken. But again, we can look into how do we work, partner with government entities to ensure that, this is embedded into curriculum of schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You did justice to the questions. Other questions that are coming online will be taken at the end. So I wanted to just quickly harping on the difference between net zero and carbon neutral. We all emit carbons. And it's important that we watch our carbon footprint, which is the outcome of whatever activities we do. Being net zero is almost impossible because you must live. In fact, some people say even the dead emit carbons. So it's better to be cremated. And we say that is also carbon emission. So let's work towards neutralizing our carbon footprint. And neutralizing simply means I am emitting X, Y, Z, and I'm giving back, like Madam Omobola said, X, Y, Z. Once it is equal, then you have carbon neutralized. So without further ado, I would call on our chairperson of the YDF, Mrs. Folashade Akim Sure, to come forward and give the award to Mrs. Omobolanle. Please step forward, madam. A round of applause. To join her in this presentation also is the conference planning chairman. Please, a round of applause for him, Mr. Adedoyin. Thank you.
In appreciation of your contributions towards the development of sustainability, not just in Nigeria, across the globe, and for representing Africa on the map, we want to say at the Young Directors Forum that we really do appreciate you. We thank you for being here, taking off your busy schedule, to join us and to educate us. And I want to say on your behalf that I'm sure that when we call upon you, even if not in person, you can actually provide the needed guidance for our forum and our members, to thrive and to grow and to build sustainable businesses. So thank you very much. On behalf of the President, Chairman, and Council of the Governing Council of the Institute of Chartered Directors and members of the Young Directors Forum, thank you very much. So we'll move on to the next speaker.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Omobolanle Victor-Laniyo, for that very insightful session. Before we move on to the next speaker, we just want to quickly recognize Dr. Adeyinka Hassan, the legal advisor of the CIoD. Thank you very much, sir, for being here. So moving swiftly along, our next speaker is Mr. James Ogunleye. He is the Managing Director of Carbon Limits Nigeria, a company jointly owned by Immediate Climate Action Finance in Norway and Nigerian investors. He currently works closely with companies in the oil and gas, power, and manufacturing sectors on climate-related activities for their projects. He has over 20 years' broad experience in energy, climate change, and project development in Africa, and holds a special interest and expertise in energy transition and carbon markets. He has developed climate mitigation-related projects, which include gas flare reduction, fugitive methane reduction, rural electrification, captive and microgrid clean energy solutions. He works extensively on monitoring, reporting, and verification activities of projects and has contributed to the mitigation action plan for projects in the Nigerian oil and gas sector. He was involved in the ESG strategy and GHG inventory development for some energy companies. He has attended and spoken at several conferences, both locally and internationally, and involved in several capacity building workshops on energy and climate change in Nigeria, Cameroon, Gabon, and Ghana. He was the team lead in registration and monetization of carbon credits for 3 glass flare reduction projects, among which is the biggest CDM project in Nigeria. So please join us in appreciating and welcoming Mr. James Ogunleye to give us his speech. Thank you.
Sorry. Good afternoon, the chairman and the vice, as well as everyone seated. It's quite interesting to be speaking after the Mrs. Olanio from Access Bank. Interestingly, most of the things that she has said are also things that I have on my slide. And just because I don't want to bore you, having to repeat what she has said, I'm just going to limit mine to touching on the E aspect of what she has said, because she spoke about sustainability reporting and also saying that ESG as a subset, and of the ESG, you have the environment, of the social, you have the governance. And I'll just dwell on the environment simply because I also feel that I should just touch on my experience in the space where I work, which is in the aspect of emission reduction, particularly on climate as it touches on climate change. I think what I found very interesting from what she said, and that I like to say, is that, of course, every business aims to make profit, meet expectation of their stakeholders. And businesses seek to be part of what's going on. Every business, if you think about Nigerian businesses, however small it is, SMEs, whatever, the intent is that you want to one day become a global player. And therefore, it means that a lot of things that are done globally, even when you think, oh, this doesn't really relate to us. So for example, if you talk about the aspect of climate change, and she's talking about emissions, and we say, well, Nigeria as a country, this doesn't really relate to us, because how much of emissions have we actually emitted? Because when you compare even Nigeria and South Africa, given that the most of the power plants you have in Nigeria are either gas driven or they are hydros. The hydros being like 20%, the gas being 80%. But even the gas are cleaner energy technologies compared to mostly coal that you have in power plants in South Africa. And then you can think about other countries in developed nations and mostly emitting. A lot of people tell me, they say, well, James, why are you guys worried about emissions in Nigeria? Because it's insignificant compared to what we're doing elsewhere. But I'm going to tell you just something like a story. And I promise I just say that, and that ends it, because what she said covers ESG. And, you know, covers the story of sustainability reporting. You can't reinvent it again. I mean, she's spoken and covered all the aspects. So let me just dwell on this. Why should you be concerned, even as a business, about emissions? Let's start by even first looking at the small businesses. You either are running your generator, diesel, or you, as she said, you might be such that your business are such that you have the solar that you can even use. But once upon a time in the United Nations framework, where it allows you to be able to then pick up your, say, for example, you switching from diesel to, say, gas, or you switching from diesel to, say, solar, and you can literally measure what are your emissions when you are doing the diesel, which forms your baseline of emissions that you have.
And when you now switch to solar, which technically you could say the emissions are zero, and then you calculate that as emissions that you have reduced, and it offers you opportunity to get what you call carbon credits. And this is something that over time got eroded because of the credits, because of the market. It also works as the same principle that we have, the principles of demand and supply. At some point, a lot of companies, especially China, took advantage of the space and loaded the market with credit, such that the emission reduction price, the price of carbon at that time became so low. Something of about $10, $16 per ton of CO2 got to less than 20 cents. That's quite ridiculously low. But where's the story that I'm trying to say here? The point I'm trying to say is that now, suddenly, every business abroad sort of have a way of screening their projects to see how much of emissions are we reducing. And you're trying to look at what opportunity is out there that you don't just do this effort, you don't just make this effort, but you also get rewarded for what you're doing, which comes about what you have in the voluntary carbon market, as well as what you have in the compliance market, where you have those of the ES work. A project in the energy sector where people are meant to reduce take out flaring. Ordinarily, if you take out gas flare even in the country, given the price of gas today, you stand a chance to think that project should be viable. But there are instances that such projects might not be viable. First, you're doing this for yourself as a business to say, look, I'm not just in the fossil fuel industry, because the fossil fuel industry is labeled to be, well, you are the polluters. Everybody looks at the fossil fuel, they say, well, you are the heavy polluters. You are the people we're talking about. To the extent that presently, as she said, that you want to even get money in the bank, you need to be able to show your ESG credentials to be able to say, look, this is how we're doing. And one of the things you want to do, if you were to be an energy company, is to be able to say, this is our footprint, or this is how much of emissions that we're able to reduce over time. Now, in a place where you're talking of emission reduction that is coming from a gas flare, and you're saying that for you to do this, or the amount of money required to get this emission reduced is, take for example, you're looking at about 40 million USD. And you are able to trade the same emission reduction that you are carrying out as a result of that project activity, which put it at about 250 or 300,000 tons of emission from a singular project, and that you are able to trade that at a ton of CO2, which goes for about 150 euros. 150 euros on a project that reduces 300,000 tons of emission gives you roughly 45 million euros. How better could it be for a project? What's my message here? The message here is that it's not always true that in the bid to do this or to try to reduce emissions, that you're doing that at a cost. There are times that you get incentivized for doing what you should do as a business. And this is where I try to stand. And I look forward to say that, I look at us here and say to us that for the E part of our projects, for our businesses, which in most cases, it has to do with emissions. It has to do with energy consumption. It has to do with how much of even the waste you are able to manage. That we look at these things from the lens of doing this, knowing the carbon footprint, and also being able to check out Always look at your projects, screen them, or look at your businesses and see opportunities of what can I do here and how much of emissions have I been able to reduce? And when I reduce them, is there potential out there to be able to give a recognition to it? I've just spoken about where you get incentive for money, but you could also get incentive for being recognized as a company that is working on a very low carbon footprint, which is very, very critical in how we do our business. I mean, how we go about doing business. And I think going forward, as one of the things that we begin to see, for example, early this year, you have the National Climate Change Commission speaking of carbon disclosure from businesses. And carbon disclosure from businesses implies that you have to be able to look at your project and say, this is how much of emissions you are. But the reporting is not just about saying, well, I'm emitting 20,000 tons of emissions. It's about being able to look inwardly and say, what am I going to do differently to be able to reduce these emissions over time? If in the process you are doing this and you're able to get it incentivized, then the better. If it is not, you get counted, because if your business will have to play globally, as where I started from, it's very important that we are able to show credentials that shows a business that is mindful of that E component and reducing emissions over time. Again, let me just stop here. I'm saying our businesses must learn to incorporate ESG into our practices, and let us always be mindful of the quick wins. For example, reporting our carbon, application of energy efficiency in our project activities, and like she said, to the little aspect of the waste recycling, waste segregation. These are things that we need to do. Let me stop here because, like I said, she's covered the syllabus and she's done a good job. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ogunleye, for that very concise but informative speech. We're going to take 2 questions in the interest of time. I know Mr. Ogunleye has to leave. So can we please have 2 questions from the audience here? And then media team, can you please check online for those attending virtually? If there are any questions, we'll take 1 quick question from our virtual attendees as well. Please, we beg you, can you just put your questions 30 seconds, please, because we're really running behind. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Falakemi Oloye. I am an interior designer. My company's name is Teal Harmony. My question is, around the topic that we're having today. Most of what's available in the open market is, the materials that are mass produced from China, and we're stuck with those things because even the clients that we serve are not necessarily leaning towards the sustainability measures, because for them, they're just thinking it's expensive and I'd rather go with something pretty and cheap. My question then is, how do we overcome these barriers, in the design space? Thank you, especially interior design.
Sorry, if I get the question right, that you're talking of materials within a particular industry, and you're saying interior business, for example. But your question is if there are ways of getting materials at a lower cost or whatever, or what do I? Yeah. Right. Yeah, I think the first speaker actually mentioned something that I don't know if you follow that carefully. So what she's saying, say for example, you say interior business. I don't know if you use energy, for example, and she did mention that if you are deploying something else that is of lower, say for example, lower, doesn't, maybe you don't use fuel or lower emissions, at first it might look like a big cost. But over time, so for example, someone who switched to solar, as small as that, if your cost of energy has dropped over time, it's likely to drop the cost. But there are other things that you can also look at. What are the triggers of costs in your business? Does it include transportation? What are the least way of costs implication in transport? And other things such as that, just so that to be able to measure and see what are the triggers of the cost and what are the alternatives out there. At first, it might not necessarily look that way. I mean, I have to admit that sometimes it might even look like you're bearing more cost. But as the long run, if you look at a business that is going to stand sustainably for a long time, it's most likely that you will have been able to get that cost drop. It's not the same for all industries, I have to say. But in some industries, it could be marginal. Some, it could be significant. I don't know if that answers your question.
Okay, so my name is Adeyinka Hassan. Your question is quite interesting, and I just have a follow-up comment based on what he said. I think the speaker actually mentioned collaboration. And what I've found is that a lot of companies, maybe for fear of you stealing the idea, they don't want to work together. And for you to solve that kind of problem you've mentioned, I have two examples in mind. In Aba, there is a place called, I've forgotten the name, something city, where people work together and government is actually supporting them and helping them. Now, when we talk sustainability, now you are talking about importing materials which can be very expensive. No, that's not the point. The point you made was that if you want to work with sustainability principles, getting your materials might become very expensive for you, and it's easier and cheaper for you to just import directly from China. Look at Adire, for instance. Now, it's shameful. They make Adire in China and send back to us in Nigeria. Adire that you can make, it's a household, it's a cottage business in Abeokuta. If you go to Ife, there is a lady, she's the Olori to the Oni of Ife now. She started a dairy factory in Ife, and they are doing pretty well. But now, if we collaborate, and you have a lot of Adire people working together, you can plug into shared services, which will reduce your cost. You can plug into so many things, even ideas. When you collaborate, let me tell you, I sit as a director of a center. It's a new thing. We started about 2 years ago. It's called Center for Enterprise Governance. I've been talking to quite a number of organizations who have the same kind of vision that we have. My own idea is let's move together and let's see what we can. And it's surprising. Some organizations will tell you, you are in competition with us. I'm not in competition with anybody. It's a CRS project that I'm doing to give back to the society. I'm funding it, clearly. But what we are saying is that let us work together. What ideas do you have? What can we do together? It's not necessarily putting materials together. So one of the ways you can deal with that issue is, even at your own level, begin to speak with people in the same kind of business you do. These are the materials, and I will give you an example. I know a lady, I've seen her online, I don't know her one for one. She uses tires to produce furniture, and she's producing beautiful furniture. Look out for her. Look at how you can collaborate. If you are the end, the sales end, because it's a chain. Some people are producing, some people are marketing, some people are. So find ways to work together. You can even start the initiative. And that's why I like conferences like this. One idea will drop in your head. Then if you don't make that step, you are not going to go anywhere. So go online, look for this lady. talk to her, you can even develop other ideas. You can even help other people and mentor people. And before you know it, that little idea will blossom. And by, we are beginning to solve the problem of our nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll call on the chair of the YDF to come and present the plaque to Mr. Oguleye.
Has he left? Oh, wow. I think he left. Who are here because he's going to leave. It would be nice for us to have a photo with everyone, and of course with the leadership of the institute, Mr. President, first Vice President, second Vice President, Chairman of today's conference, and of course our legal advisor, who has also advised us today on business. Apparently has more skills than just legal. So I would like to invite everyone to please kindly join us while we wait for Mr. Oguleye to kindly come in. So we'll take it. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, so your plaque. Thank you very much, Mr. Oguleye, for accepting to do us the honors and to share of your knowledge on carbon credits and how, of course, we can turn our carbon credits into money, and then into financial resources. Thank you so very much. On behalf of the President and the Chairman of Governing Council, Institute of Directors, thank you. And also on behalf of the Forum of Young Directors, we thank you. Thank you very much. Please only.
Yet to be here, this is the only one after now. Only brought two. The first one for that woman and this one. But try the fake out so that I know. But do you have the presentation? As PowerPoint, then? Now you can send it to me, so I just create it. Person presenting now, the presentation is not yet. Now, the last thing I have is since I don't have any presentation. Nobody for email. No, for the email, you just after me. For you. Victor James. Victor James.
Okay.
other one. Thank you. We're going to move swiftly along to our next speaker, Dr. Irene Robinson Ayowale. She is currently the Divisional Head, Business Support Services and General Counsel for the Nigeria Exchange Limited. She's an accomplished legal practitioner with over 20 years experience. Her expertise spans numerous areas, including capital market, regulation, administrative and disciplinary proceedings, international trade, intra-African trade, international relations, corporate commercial, intellectual property, technology, labor, banking, telecommunications, oil and gas, aviation, constitutional matters, and ESG. She was recently conferred with an honorary Doctor of Law by the École Supérieure Universitaire Cotonou, Republic of Benin. She's a fellow of the Institute of Capital Market Registrars and Institute of Corporate Administrators. She represents the Nigerian Exchange Limited on the Board of Trustees of the Investor Protection Fund of Nigerian Exchange Limited and the Board of UN Global Network Nigeria Network. In 2022, she was selected by the World Federation of Exchanges as one of the 21 women leaders and named General Counsel of the Year at the 2022 and 2021 ESQ Nigerian Legal Awards. She's also received a highly commended recognition at the 2021 African Legal Awards in the General Counsel of the Year category. She is the current chairperson of the Legal Committee of the African Exchange Linkage Project, an initiative of the African Securities Exchange Association and the ADB. And she's also the co-chairperson of the Nigerian Coalition of Services Industry and a member of the reconstituted Presidential Steering Committee on the Impact and Readiness Assessment of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Dr. Robinson Ayowale is known for her passion and her commitment to cross-border trade and ESG. Please welcome her as she delivers her topic. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Quite interesting to come after such esteemed colleagues, I would say, because in this sustainability journey, we're all colleagues trying to push things forward. Deal with this point. We start. So one of the things I want to focus this period of time, if you've noticed, a lot of the speakers have spoken about the ability from the itself. So please, where do I point this? Here? Here? Okay, good. Okay, you're the one that did it, not me. Okay. So, okay, go back to what I will be able to touch on in the minute I have the table of I hope can accomplish in this period of time that we have are these introduction to sustainability and accountable capitalism. I want you to note that phrase. That is what sustainability is for a business. It is capitalism. They are not. And so this is one of the things that business needs to understand. That they embrace sustainable because like I said, we've heard some of these definitions, but I want to focus on my definition. I said in business, okay, I didn't need that. Without negatively impacting the environment of society or what? Or what? That is the element you must never miss. So when we are talking about sustainability for your business, it's not just about the market with respect to environment, community, society, but it's also about the future of your company. Everything is interconnected. And we begin to begin to understand what we're talking about. So what do I say? My own definition of sustainability for businesses is what? Building the company to last. And thankfully, Mr. YOD had already given us that explanation. Understand this today. When you talk about sustainability for your business, just understand this. It is building my company to last, to endure, to be resilient. And we know that when you use those words, it's recognizing the fact that you are working as a business in extremely difficult climate conditions. But sustainability is going to help you to last, to endure. Now, this diagram, I showed this diagram here because this is the diagram as to how people have looked at sustainability. So you can see here that you have the do well, make money, the do good, environmental, social, and governance. I want to tell you that this diagram has changed. This is the diagram as we knew it, starting out, still trying to understand whether sustainability was about just doing the good, the moral thing to do, the right thing to do. Now, because we recognize that sustainability is what will ensure that your business will survive, these two have become merged. There's no difference. So I didn't have enough time, but what I would have done would then need to show you the diagram that shows do well, do good is embedded. And so understand today that this is what sustainability means for you. We've already been taught about some of the environmental factors and all of those other things. Now,
For some of you that know BlackRock, it's one of the leading providers of investment, risk management, and advisory services in the world. They have huge investment funds that they invest in various companies. Now, what did the CEO of BlackRock say? He said, we focus on sustainability, not because we're environmentalists. We focus on it because we are capitalists. Now, capitalists, and we have a fiduciary responsibility to our clients because what? Sustainability is business. So let's go to the next slide. So some of the things, and the first speaker had touched about it. I'm going to go now deeply into how you marry each of these E, S, and G in terms of your business. But some of the things that you have to understand is this. And the previous slide, and I believe they'll make these slides available to you. Now, in this previous slide, I don't want to dwell too much on it. The thing is that businesses now need to understand there's something called sustainable finance. That's the accountable capitalism. It's sustainable finance. Sustainable finance has two lenses. The first lens is, first of all, from when you're making an investment decision. This, you might say, is from the investor perspective looking in. A lot of you go to banks, a lot of you go to businesses, a lot of you go to founders. You hear about all this money that Jumia and other people are raising, and it's like, wow, 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 wow. How do I get a piece of that action? Correct. Yeah. This thing, so all that, this is what they are looking at, sustainable finance. They also call innovation. So the first speaker had talked on it that if you are trying to attract investments, if you are trying to attract capital, be it from a founding, getting A funding, B funding, C funding, whether or not you're trying to get funding from the banks, your ESG is critical. And that's why I said what? First of all, you begin. So, very first thing these funds are looking at is your ESG story. And that's why you see here that Moody's has said in 2023, the outlook, these are the critical things that a fund that is going to look into your business speaker doing now, funding get tied to certain conditions. One of those conditions, the ESG. So you can see what they're considering, and now it's just arrange things nicely as ESG. And he has a good one about that. I will go later on, hopefully, by the time I touch on S1, S2, for you to properly understand it. At your carbon foods, how conscious are you? Not that they were that from the beginning of business, but that in fact you're actually thinking about it and what about it. Secondly, they are looking at the social risk driven by cost of living concepts. Now, exposure of your business, is that affecting your business? About refinancing in terms of issues, as we've talked about this. If you don't have an ESG report, funders know how you reporting. Just this to first, if I want to sustainability. I use it interchangeably. One is broader, one is not broader. We all know what we are saying. Now, the second lens, drill down before I enter into sustainability. I'll give you a good example. But environment from me as a that we have noticed as 13 years. Now, if for me as a business, water is a critical element of what I need to do, and good examples we all know, Coke, Pepsi is the, name it. Water is a critical element. And I know that as a business, water will be it's more difficult for me to fit it. Means that the relation will be, who knows? Per industry or even per, what do you guys should do in business? Do about it today. Study of skills things that social humans are critical to me. Something today, and it's only go yes 5 times what I want, all things I want to do. What just barely today. So what should you do? So what about internship programs, mentorship programs, scholarship? The issues around it helps you to ask the right questions about your business. It only helps you to how the business. It now helps you to have a documentation that is data, because as we know, and we keep on hearing people, data. Right now, with the way sustainability a data that can be verified financial issues from some recruitment, retention, diversity, and all of these things help you to cope with giving. You've seen what the value creation is. The way I want you to look at sustainability reporting, is to understand that it's a deeper form of what? SWOT and pestle, if you think about it. Think about it. It's a deep focus of things. Created a car, and you see there's what they even call this, there's something inside there that reduces carbon GHG emission by 50%. You can imagine that car was selling like hotcake, because everybody, to the point the first speaker make, let me contribute my own quota towards the whole thing. Maybe around 6 months down the line, our wonderful reporters did all of the research and things like that. And it happened that it was not the case. That is greenwashing. And one of the reasons why they could do that is because we didn't have a generally acceptable form of sustainability reporting. And that's where I'm going now. But you can understand to tell your story. Please, let's go to the next slide. Okay. So I want to explain this because some of the speakers have talked about this, but it's important for us to know not just where sustainability began or ESG began, but where we are today. And where we are today is what is critical for every single business. We started with the SDG goals, the principles on responsible investing that was brought in by investors that led to the CCFD. We had the Paris Agreement around GHG emission reduction and our targets as a globe 2050. We had and then all of these goals, all of these global goals and high, hope of what we wanted to achieve as a globe led to a lot of organizations coming up with frameworks to help companies to be able to achieve these things you see here. And to be honest, they were a lot. They were a lot. Like the first speaker said, thank God for GRI that tried to, but to be honest, it was a lot. And then some jurisdictions, no, I prefer TCFD, no, I prefer, there were a lot of things. As an exchange, we worked with GRI to come up with our own sustainability disclosure guidelines. And as we know, Access Bank is listed on NGX. Now, the beauty is that this has changed. And this change is critical for all our businesses, whether, like I said, SME, MSME, what have you. The change is that whether from Europe started it. The European companies or the EU got tired of having so many frameworks, different companies saying, I'm applying to different frameworks, different standards of reporting. You pick up a company's AFS or sustainability report, because then it wasn't integrated. You will see them talking on different things, focusing on different things. And so whether you're an investor or a competitor or what have you, you found it difficult to use that document and say, okay, when I'm dealing with this sector, when I'm dealing with this or that, or on this issue, it was difficult. And so what the EU first did was to introduce their new taxonomy, which then said they are now mandatory sustainability reporting, that any company that does business in the EU, now listen very well, in the EU, its subsidiaries and its value chain. Now that's value chain. What is a value chain? A value chain, and I think we all know this because people have talked about it. If for a company's business, you are in some element of its production to distribution, you are part of the value chain. So if, for example, somebody is in Europe, and maybe here in Nigeria, you are its distributor or supplier, you are its value chain. You understand what I'm saying? So that began to create a problem for a lot of people. Because whether you're in whatever part of the world, if you are a subsidiary or you're part of the value chain of an European Union company that is subject to this, you have to comply or you'll be cut off. It's that simple. Then ISSB came up with its own, and we can turn, and I mentioned ISSB now, but we can turn to the next slide. Then the ISSB came up with its own, and that's the IFRS, and we all know the IFRS accounting standards. What has happened is that, again, to solve this issue of different frameworks, different compliance, different attitudes or perspectives to how to report on this or that, the IFRS or the ISSB with the IFRS has said, enough is enough. The same way we have standard, globally recognized accounting standards, we are going to have standard sustainability disclosure standards. Now, in Nigeria, it was just launched this year in June. And in Nigeria, our regulation company with the FRC, as well as with the ISSB, has launched the sustainability standards for Nigeria. It's called S1 and S2 for now. Eventually, further ones will be added. And I'll quickly go briefly on S1, S2 before I close. Now, why is this important? It's taking effect from January 2024 next year, and it will start with S2. Then from 2025 January, S1 will then become mandatory as well. Now, what this says and what the FRC has said is that if you are a company that files any form of returns to the FRC, you'll be subject to this. There's no debate. The same way you have to file your normal financial statements, you will file this. Now, the second thing to note, and I touched it here, I said the current and anticipated effects of sustainability, climate-related, yes, and related risks and opportunities on the entity's business model, and what again? So even if you said, okay, thankfully I'm an SME that I'm not, I don't file returns. If you are a customer of a bank, like Access Bank, if you are a supplier of Access Bank or Cadbury, in fact, the FCMG companies are the ones that have a lot of work to do, and they have started their work on this. Because remember that for FCMG companies, all the mom and pop shops are their distributors. They are part of their value chain. Now, I'll give you an example of what has happened recently, because to what the first speaker said, this has been in the pipeline for some time, and they were all working. Now, some companies that had started, an FCMG group company, which I will not mention the name, they've started trying to do this. And part of what you do in terms of doing this value chain is that you then begin to look at all of your various companies. And part of what you're measuring is the GHG emission that comes out of them. There's a scientific way of doing it, but you do some measurements. They found out, because part of what S2 requires is that even when you're talking about your measurements across your value chain, you're also meant to identify which aspect of your value chain is giving you the most concentration. And the reason for that is because the job is that it's not just about reporting it, but you should be doing some things to, rectify it, as it were. So this company had done all that work, and they had identified that one particular distributor was responsible for, when it came to the distribution aspect of their value chain, that particular company was responsible for like 70% of their GHG emission just from that distribution sector. Do you know the first thing that came to their mind? Tell me. Terminate. Who has time? So why I always, whenever I have this opportunity to speak with SMEs, MSMEs, what have you, I emphasize this to make you understand that it has come to you. Like we say in local parlance, you don't call your domot. So because of that, you must understand what this is about. Now, you can go to the next slide. I think I've touched on it, but maybe, okay, so these, yes, no, back, yeah. So what I tried to do here was, and I've touched on some of the mandatory things you should know when you're talking about, whether it's the EU, CSRD, that's the new, and why I said it is because I know there are a lot of companies here in Nigeria that do business with the EU. And so that's one reason why I put that here as well. And then the S1. So two major things like I talked about, that first of all, we now have what you call integrated reporting. Now, at the NGX, what some companies or a lot of companies used to do was that aside from their AFS, they also did the sustainability reports. So it gave you an opportunity to understand some of the things they were doing around sustainability. But what S1 and S2 and the EU has done is that right now your AFS is going to be a combination of the normal financial statements as you know it, as well as the sustainability-related risk and opportunities of companies as it relates to your cost of getting capital, your cash flow, as well as your operating expenses. Some of the things we talked about, and it's meant to show your short, mid, and long term. So that is the reality of the new reporting regime as you have it from January 2024. The second thing to note now is that, you know, some of these sustainability, and that's how greenhouse washing used to happen. You know, you issue a sustainability report, it doesn't go through the full rigors the way AFS does, even though we know that even with that one, there are issues, but at least there's some form of rigor. So, but now what this says is that it must go through a lot of rigor. You must have an external assurance. So it's not enough for all of you to get into the team and say, this is what we've done. You must have an external person, professional, expert. And in fact, some of them are being accredited by the ISSB, IFRS as we speak, to come and confirm that in fact, those statements and those things you have put into your report align. The other thing to note is that, and I've talked about it, your scope 3 emissions. So the scope 3 emissions are the things I talked about, those within your value chain, your distributors, your suppliers, your customers. That's your scope 3. So some of us that know scope 1 is those that you directly produce yourself. If, for example, you run a fleet of cars or you are sending products out, you know, all those kind of things. Scope 2 is indirect, like for example, if you are using PHCN. So the other thing to note now, because somebody asked a question, yes, it was the gentleman that asked a question about how do I apply sustainability to my business? It's really been made easier. And the very first, so let's go straight to the wheel. And I'm sure, no, go down to that wheel, not this one, the other wheel. Yes. Sustainability reporting life cycle. Now, what I have done, I don't think I'll have time to take you through a template, but I have given the organizers that template. It's very basic. Now, the first speaker spoke to double materiality analysis, and this is very, very critical. So this is what solves the question you were asking. And it also solves the question, even the lady talking about interior decoration was asking. The very first thing that you must do as a business now is to do a double materiality analysis. And what that double materiality analysis is basically saying that, see, you are looking at two things. The impact of all these things happening as per E, and that's why I said it's similar to SWOT, it's similar to PESTO. So they call it inside out, outside in. So outside in is that looking at, okay, some of the things I talked about, natural resources are getting lower. NCCC is about to come up with regulation around GHG emission, and maybe they'll say my sector can only do blah. Oh, now we're finding it difficult to have staff, hire the right staff. No more. That's your outside in. The E, the S, the G, all of those things that are affecting your business. That's the first materiality assessment you make. The second one you now make is inside out. Okay, these operations and activities, and some of the speakers have spoken to it. For example, I'm producing plastic, or I know that whatever I do is producing plastic. How is that product affecting the environment and things like that? Okay, I stay in an environment where I have a large generating set because of the way Nigeria is. But there's a community that lives around it. How is that, the emissions going from there generating? We see this a lot, the inside out with the extractive industries. You are going to a place to mine. How is that affecting those outside? And just for another mining business, just to tell you that it's not, when we are asking these questions, it's not from a morality alone, it's from a capitalism. As we know today, part of the challenges we are facing, whether in the oil and gas and all of those areas, is what? Damaging of pipelines, stealing of all of those things, smuggling. Did it start that way? It happened that way because when people went in, they weren't talking about, okay, we are doing this, we are causing emissions, we are doing this and that. How do we do it to ensure that these people do not end up revolting? To what the first person said, if you are a rich person in the land of, you are only, do you get what I mean? So that is, so you have to do that. So the inside out, the outside in. Now, the chart that I had created will show you that when you are trying to do this maritality assessment, what you need to do is number one, and that's why I said it's similar to pestle, it's similar to SWOT, and I hope they share it with you. You would be looking at, first of all, your competition, the government regulations, all of these things, my community, all of those things. You'll be looking at all of those things in relation to your business. And what you do is that you list the E, the S, the G. Under the E, you list all of those points, all of those points, all of those points. And they begin to do that and say, what is that? What is that? What is that? I don't know. Do I have time to just quickly show that diagram, please? Do I have 2 minutes? Okay. Should I just show you that double materialistic diagram? Please, I sent it, I emailed it to you. Yes. Let me just show it, because if I say it, it might not be as good as you seeing it. Because, for you to get sustainability reporting right, you must get that right. You just must get that right. So I have 2 minutes more. I'll just do that. Yeah, eating into my 2 minutes. Okay, it's not in my 2 minutes. Okay, thank you. Has he seen it though? Okay. Is it coming up anytime soon? If not, I will just, okay. Fantastic. So this is one of the guides. So you can see this is like a template any business can use to create its own double materiality assessment. Because the aim of it is that by the time you do this and go through this, it will create for you your ESG roadmap and strategy, maybe for like 3-4 years. And I emphasize, please, that is embedded into your core strategy. And that's why I gave examples like you want to continue to produce maybe 2 million products of water, of Coke by 5 years, but you know that the water elements might affect that. You get what I'm saying? So please go to the next slide. Go to the next slide. Yes, can you shift up a bit? So when you are doing your double materiality assessment, this is the template you use. So you carry out your research, and then you engage, and then you prioritize, and then you activate. Go to the next slide. Now, in that research is what go to the next slide. This just talks about, So you can see in research, set your organization up by outlining the goals and using research to inform your materiality assessments. So what you do here is that you now come up with the list of your stakeholders. Go to the next slide. So you can see here that it's saying our aim is maybe to engage the number of stakeholders you have been able to identify in terms of the various ESG issues. Go down. So you can see here, you have your list of stakeholders. This is the template, and that's why I said that it's no different from a SWOT or a pestle. But it's a pestle or a SWOT that is focused around your ESG aspects. And so you can see here that you have your internal, your external. And then what information are you getting from them? Is to say, okay, looking at the E, the S, the G, what are the critical issues you feel for our business or things like that? Those are the kind of questions you ask. Go down. So you can see that the peer element is very important. You must find out what the competitors. So some of your competitors, both locally and externally, you do all of this. Go down. And then you can then see that after all of the conversations, you can see that based on inputs from your research, you've gone around, you've spoken with, and then you do all of this. So this is just a template. I'm sure they will provide it to you. But in terms of sustainability reporting, double materiality is the place to start. Now, I'll end by saying that the NGX has, we recognize the fact, I'm sure that for some people, they understand they are flowing, but it sounds like Greek. And when I go back and implement it, yes, it's not going to be that rosy. So what we have done at NGX is because we have come up with what we call the NGX ESG Compacts. And that ESG Compacts is basically trying to work with companies, SMEs, MSMEs, because a lot of the SMEs, MSMEs are in the value chain of our listed companies. And we want a market that is attractive to investors. And so because of that, we've come up with that ESG Compacts, which basically works with SMEs, MSMEs, companies, tech startups, name it, to help them to come up with, to do this double materiality assessment, then come up with your strategy, and then come up with your implementation, and then come up with reports and certifications that you can begin to present to all of the people that might ask you across the value chain. And so I'll encourage you guys that I have my colleagues here, they can speak to you more about it if you want to know more about the ESG Compacts. But more importantly, once we launch, just go to the website and things like that, and also find out about it and how you can subscribe. So thank you very much. I hope I have passed across some message. Thank you.
Please, another round of applause for her. She's done a very great job to the subject. She took so much time, but she really made it worth it. So we are under a lot, and it's been quite very insightful from the last speaker. Please, I would want us to give a round of applause to Nigeria as the first country in Africa to now have our own sustainability roadmap, like what she has educated us on. So without wasting much time, because we're already running behind schedule, I'll be introducing the next speaker, our last speaker for the day before the panel sessions, and then awards. And remember, we are going to be revealing the maiden edition of the Young Directors Digest, which is a magazine that we must all look out for. Our next speaker is Mr. Adetayo Bamiduro. He's the CEO and co-founder of Max. Sorry, please. I do want to give a shout out to our sponsors before we call the speaker. So our sponsors have made it possible for us to be here. White Rose Properties and Investments, Eco Fitness Hub, Avetium Consult, Alpha Bravo Integrated Service Limited, The Cable, and Adroit and Deft. Please, a round of applause for our sponsors again. Thank you, guys. So back to our last speaker, Mr. Adetayo Bamiduro is an electric vehicle pioneer in Africa and co-founder of Max, a platform that provides Africans access to zero emissions and energy efficient income generating vehicles. I guess this is like the Elon Musk of Africa. Africa, actually. Adetayo seeks to build labor justice, provide sustainable living wages, and fight unemployment throughout Africa by enabling commercial drivers to finance their own motor vehicles, tuk-tuks, I guess this is keke, cars, and minibuses. Maybe Adetayo will tell us more. He's a TED fellow, an Endeavor entrepreneur, an MIT alumnus, Arambe entrepreneur, Alibaba e-founder fellow, MIT Legatum fellow, and MasterCard Foundation fellow 2014. Before co-founding Max, Adebayo built a career in software engineering, product management, and management consulting at UACN, PwC, Dalberg, Conga, and NLNG, a Shell subsidiary operating in Africa. Adetayo co-founded Max to deliver financial inclusion and sustainable economic growth in Africa's underfunded transportation sector. With better access to finance, mobility, entrepreneurs can leverage improved earnings to attain wealth through increased productivity. In developing countries that lack access to finance due to highly informal and opaque markets, in an increasingly urbanized world, powered by innovation, technology, and eco-friendly infrastructure, Max makes safer, cleaner vehicles affordable and accessible to independent mobility entrepreneurs to enable them to achieve economic independence and prosperity. Max provides a fast-growing fleet of low and zero-emission vehicles, which is one of our core interests, and includes its revolutionary M3 electric motorcycle. Max has raised more than 70 million USD in financing, and this is aimed at powering its expansion across Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me. A round of applause to welcome Mr. Adetayo Bamiduro. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Chairman, distinguished leaders of the Chartered Institute of Directors, and everyone else who's here, thank you so much for the opportunity to share a few things about our company and how we've leveraged, building a really strong, robust ESG process and sustainability practices into our business. How's that has unlocked business success and growth for us over the last 8 years of our operation. All right, so I know I have just 15 minutes, so I'm going to speak quite quickly. I know my mic is stationary, so I'm going to be looking at the slides to provide us some guidance. All right, we've heard a lot from the experts. Okay, thank you. So we've heard a lot from the experts on some of the really critical principles around sustainability, around governance, ESG, environmental, sustainability governance protocols, initiatives that are needed for businesses that want to succeed going forward. But before I delve in some of the details, I will lay a groundwork by talking about our continent and some of the trends that are also driving this. We've heard about climate change and a few other things that are very critical realities in our world today and will continue to be extremely important. But there are also some other tailwinds or headwinds, as the case may be, that are also driving the necessity behind making this shift in terms of how we live, how we work, and how we conduct business. Next slide, please. So Africa is the world's fastest growing continent today, right? And also has the youngest population. How many of us know the average age of a Nigerian today? I reckon that virtually almost everybody here is older than Nigeria's average age, right? It's about 17 or thereabout now, 17, right? So we have this army of young people. About every year that passes, about more than 5 million Nigerians are becoming of working age. So we have a tremendous amount of young people. Now the question is, Are we creating enough opportunities for them, right? Well, you answer that. So our population between 2019 all the way to 2050 on the continent essentially will double. And a lot of this is being driven by Nigeria itself as a country, right? By 2040 or thereabout, the Gulf of Guinea will be the most densely populated place on earth, more than anywhere in China, more than anywhere in India. Let that sink in for a bit. Next slide, please. And of course, the continent is also rapidly urbanizing. Now, what that means is people are moving away from rural areas into urban areas, obviously in search of opportunities. Historically, most Nigerians were in agriculture, right? Were farmers, etc. But because of inflation, economic pressures, and etc., a bunch of challenges over the last 30 years, most people have left the farms, right, to come into the cities in search of better economic opportunities. And that is severely putting a ton of strain and stress on non-existent or weak infrastructure that we previously even had before. So if you look at, there's no city that exemplifies that more than Lagos, right? Tens of thousands of people coming in every single day in search of jobs, opportunities, etc. But the state's infrastructure is nowhere near able to meet that demand. So there's a lot that's happening. Next slide, please. All right, so when you look at all of these challenges, this is what you get, right? Very massive challenges for us as a continent. 1 billion people don't have access to credit. It's huge. 350 million people don't have bank accounts. 400 million have no basic medical insurance. 450 million people do not have access to what we call safe transportation, right? It's one thing to get it to have transportation. It's another thing to have safe transportation. Very different. 1 billion still don't have access to the internet, and then 153 million cannot read and write. So you have an abundance of needs and gaps here on the continent. And think about the fact that we are growing very, very fast. So the population explosion that we're experiencing, it's either a crisis or an opportunity. If we're not well prepared for it, and we don't build the organizations, right? For a second, let's not talk about the government, right? Let's look at private sector organizations today, because the challenges around governance, as much as easily we look at government, leaders and politicians, it's exactly the same level of challenges we have also within the private sector as well around governance. All right, next slide, please. All right, so using Max as an example, right? We've heard a lot of the principles around ESG, being ready for climate change, etc. But we're going to look at how applying some of those principles, clearly not all of them, but some of them, have positioned us as a business at Max, and how maybe for some of us, young business leaders and entrepreneurs in the room who are looking to build our companies and scale, maybe you can also learn from our own journey and take things even to the next level. All right, next slide, please. All right, so we've anchored what we do as an organization on about 5 principles or 5 key areas here. One is financial inclusion, which is extremely important, which is everything that has to do with bringing people into the financial system and providing access to people. That's what we do in the transport sector at Max. So if you think about how the transport sector has worked historically across the continent, if you want to get a vehicle as a taxi driver, you have to either go to a local chief or ask your family members to donate money for you. But if you go to a bank, they'll ask you for your bank history and your statements and a bunch of other things that most people just do not have. So therefore, you're excluded from the formal financial system. But what we've done at our organization is to create systems and technology that enables us to be able to make credit decisions on even people who do not have a banking history. Now, you might ask me, how do we take a credit decision on someone who doesn't have a bank account? Well, that's our secret sauce. I won't tell you that. But the bottom line is financial inclusion is a cornerstone of what we do as an organization. And that in itself has enabled us to be able to unlock funding from development finance institutions. Second is economic empowerment, right? It's so important for us to think about our businesses as empowering others. So it's not just about, buying and selling and making a profit for yourself. It's about how does your work actually empower other people economically. So the way our business works is we make money if our customers, which are commercial drivers, if they make money. So the kind of models that we use to build our projections are based off of the driver that we're financing. Can that entrepreneur or that driver, can they make money? Because if they can't, they're not going to pay you, right? We're not, no offense to banks, right? We're not a bank that, they give you a loan and, whether your business is doing well or not, you have to figure out how to pay them back, right? In our own case, we deeply, not just at the point of providing them financing for the vehicle, as they continue to operate, we continue to evaluate their own ability to make money. So if they can't make money, then there's no way they're going to be able to pay back the cost of financing for the vehicle. And part of what is built into our model actually is what we call contract restructuring, right? And it's very dynamic. So if, for example, during the the elections period where people couldn't work, obviously the drivers can't pay back. So we didn't go around saying, okay, you can back it. To restructure the contracts based on the realities on the ground. As well, when for some of our fleet that are petrol engines, when the cost of petrol went up, it also impacted on it. People stopped moving around for a while. It took a while to get used to that new regime, that new price point. As a matter of observed, the traffic in Lagos is also back. I keep wondering where people have money to buy the fuel to put all these cars back on the streets. But all of these shocks are factored into our business model. Economic importance, then sustainable as well. A system that ensures that I continue to generate money indefinitely. Some of the things we've embedded in our program is different types of insurance products. So not but also drivers that work is, and even revenue insurance when they're sick and they cannot earn money for a couple of days, those days are covered by an insurance company. Then, of course, transport infrastructure for us, especially from a technology standpoint. So we're not building roads or things like that or building bridges, but we're building the technology that enables us to have real-time insights on how our drivers behave. So, for example, we have things like geofences. If a driver goes with a vehicle outside of their core operating location, it triggers a notification, and we see that in real time, right? If a driver also drives in an unsafe way, they're accelerating too quickly or they're braking too quickly, that we see in real time. So we can actually identify drivers that drive in an unsafe manner, and we can issue warnings to them and ultimately even deactivate their vehicles on demand, right? Based off of dangerous behavior. And then, of course, sustainability is a critical thing that has driven our expansion into electric building, not only designing and manufacturing electric vehicles, but also building the battery swapping and charging stations that are required for that transition to happen. Next slide, please. All right, so beyond our business model is looking at it's been very, very difficult to build a leadership team as an organization, right? A lot of us head some of us are thinking about okay, have a lady, I'll just have another person there. But there's overwhelming research that has proven that the more diverse your leadership team is, the higher the quality of your decision making, and the more resilient and robust the organization actually becomes. Because from that diversity of experiences, of perspectives, etc., unique experiences from different parts of the world, different ways in which different genders analyze issues, all of that makes for much higher quality analysis and decision making. So organizations where everybody looks exactly the same, right? Generally have much fewer amounts of success over their lifetime. So diversity isn't just about tokenism. It's really about increasing the quality of the leadership within an organization. All right, next slide, please. All right, impact reporting. We built very, very clear for evaluating impact on a month-to-month, week-to-week. We know across some of the most important impact metrics we track, we know how we're doing and how we are not doing, especially against the targets that we have. And this impact metrics so important. So our business directly impacts on 7 SDGs, right? I'm not sure there's any single business that might impact on all the 17 SDGs at once. But it's extremely important to map your organization to specific SDGs, right, that are relevant for you, because this is increasingly important and relevant for partnerships, for investors globally. All right, next slide, please. Beyond the management team is also your board, right? So these are some of our board members, and you can as parts of we'll have those who are in those who don't gender. The world, connect other people, potential investors, etc., that can help build a truly remarkable, sustainable organization. All right, and then talking about how this helps us to unlock funding. Today we have about 4 DFIs, European DFIs, that have backed the business, and we mobilized funding in excess of over $100 million today that enables us to operate across 3 African countries and growing, right? Now, the question is, based on the growth that we've achieved as a company, does that equate with the amount of funding that we have unlocked? Not necessarily, right? But the question is, how have we done that? It's also because increasingly investors are not thinking only just about today or what you have achieved historically, but they're making a big bet on where you can be in 10 years. So they look at your trajectory as an organization and they say, based on the quality of the governance, of the leadership, of the innovation here, and their attention to detail around climate impact, where will this organization be in 5 years, in 10 years, in 15 years? There are many other transport companies, for example, who are much older than we have, who've been operating for 25, 30 years, right? Who have who command less than 20% of our value in the market. And the question is why? And the answer is very, very simple. It's sustainability, right? Because these investors have very sophisticated frameworks for evaluating organizations and evaluating people, evaluating the leadership. And they put a very specific dollar value on every single aspect, right? So, some of the things we've heard around, starting in 2024 in Europe at least, and eventually going around the world, there are new ESG principles that are coming up, or requirements that organizations have, that now command the exact same level of importance as financial reports, right? It's completely transformational, which means your ESG report and your financial performance are of equal importance, right? It's a completely different way of thinking. Now, for us in this part of the world, where, and I think somebody talked about that earlier, around, some of the struggles we've had in terms of being able to build sustainable organizations, or organizations that beyond the life of the founder. Ultimately, organizations are supposed to outlast the founders, right? They're supposed to last, 200, 300, 400 years, if possible, right? The reason we don't have a lot of those organizations in this part of the world is because we do not necessarily build sustainability into the DNA of those organizations. So you have situations where even founders of organizations do not see a clear distinction between who they are as individuals and who that corporate entity is as an individual. So a corporate entity, I still heard this a lot, when I go around, they say, oh, that's the owner of Max. And no, I'm not the owner, I'm a shareholder, right? In fact, holder, right? There's a diverse number of shareholders in the company who all equal provide guidance to how the organization is run, right? And when I leave as CEO, somebody else steps in and continues to run the organization, right? But that DNA has to be built into it from day one. From the day an organization or a company is founded is the day you start planning for succession. Is the day you start putting in place rules and regulations. And it's quite unfortunate in the tech space over the last couple of weeks and I guess months. I'm sure some of us have seen some of the examples of some companies in Nigeria or in Ghana who have raised a tremendous amount of funding, but you had CEOs who are earning obscene amounts of money, and all kinds of failure of governance processes, people not knowing the difference between the company's bank accounts and their private bank accounts, or leveraging of company resources for personal benefits, right? Or all kinds of obscene perks, right? And you're looking at from outside and you're wondering what's really going on here, right? Or not understanding the difference between, a they all have to be spent on different things, right? Following a very clear guidance framework. You also have issues around even compensation setting, right? Where because you are the owner or founder of a company doesn't mean your compensation should not be benchmarked. Don't just wake up and say, oh, I deserve to earn, $5 million a month, right? But on what basis? What are other companies at your stage and other leaders or CEOs or directors at your stage? What do they earn in comparable organizations, right? And, we doing this thing is not, there's also this idea around when you do this is because you're a good person. No, it's not about just being good. It's about what is right. It's about what is sustainable. That is how transgenerational wealth is created. So you have, in slightly more, in climes where governance is much stronger, where you can successfully build a very large organization, a successful organization, and then you transition your shareholding in the organization to your children. But it doesn't mean your children become the managers of the organization, right? So ownership and management are also two things that are very, very separate. These are basic things that we all learn and we all know, but applying them in practice has proven to be so challenging. And what are the penalties that we pay when we don't do these things? We can't access funding. It's as simple as that. We can't access the critical support funding that we need to take our organizations to the next level, because the war and the competition for capital is going to be as strong as ever. And going forward, only the most well-governed organizations, right, are going to be able to attract the sort of support, acclaim, funding that is needed for them to actualize their objectives. I think this should be my last slide, but let's check if there's one more. All right, so I think I sort of spoke to some of this already. Independent assessment of company impact and operations is a critical aspect of our sustainability for organizations. In our case, we had one of the LPs to one of the funds invested in us. So what I mean by that is an organization that invested in a fund that invested in us. So they're like, there's two steps between that fund and us. They wanted to really see, okay, this company that one of our funds invested in, let's see how they're doing. So they commissioned an independent survey to speak directly to our customers, right? And they spoke to about 1,000 of them. And the report that came out was overwhelmingly positive, right? One of the data points that came out was that 95% of the cost of that particular segment of our customers that they interviewed came out and told them, without us, they didn't have any alternative to financing in the markets that we operate in. And that was such a powerful data point and recommendation that came through. That organization then decided to circumvent their own fund to invest in us directly. So independent audits are also going to be done on your organization. And they sometimes maybe because an external auditor is coming, you want to program the people they will speak to, right? And say, this is what you should say, this is what you shouldn't say, right? But how many people can you do that for? If you're going to speak to 500 or 1,000 people, you can't do that. So ultimately, it is how responsible you are as an organization that will ultimately come through from such research. I think about benchmarking, management compensation and having board approvals. I think about focus on internal controls and compliance as well from day one. All of these are key elements of succession planning. Automation, transparency, documentation, and event logs are also absolutely essential in the world going forward. And of course, accounting, audit, authorization, and authentication systems are also very, very critical. I think my 15 minutes is up. If there are any questions, very happy to take them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bamiru, for the insight into how max.ng has structured its sustainability practices. Thank you. To move swiftly along, I would please call on Alhaji Tijani Borodo, the President and Chairman of the Governing Council for the CIoD and the Chair of the YDF, Mrs. Folashade Akinmushere, to please come and present the plaques and awards to our guests and speakers. Thank you.
Dr. Ogumi, can you come up with us here? Ladies and gentlemen, you look tired, don't you? We all are, but we're almost there. But it's been quite exciting, you know. Doctor, we want to thank you most sincerely being the chairman of this conference. And to me, I'm very excited to have Mr. IOD with me standing here. Okay. So, and you and me have been in this for a long time, and I must attest to what you have said. Really, you've done so much for the IOD over the years, and we thank you most sincerely for that. And you've really also demonstrated that you are being here as the conference chairman of the Young Directors Forum. We thank you for the support. We thank you for your presentation. And we thank you for the words of encouragement you've given to the younger people. And we look forward to having you more and more with the IOD. Thank you very much. Thanks very much. Thank you very much. Okay. Irene, where are you? Let me use your first name. Irene, you've done so well. You know, NGX have been doing very well. We've been partners over the years, and I must clearly tell Oscar and everybody they've done a very good job for us here. Thank you for your time, and I believe that what I will say to our younger directors, she's put up a lot of metrics here and there. Don't get scared by it. But you see, the critical thing is the issue about value chain. Value chain, and I think that's what I take from what she has said. Don't think you are just a small business. If you want to grow, the world is going in that manner. So please, the ESG is so critical to our own businesses, and the small businesses we have here are the engine of growth for the economy. So please imbibe this culture. And Irene, thank you very much for your presentation. We appreciate this, and I believe the slides will be sent to people. Thank you very much. Thank you. Adetayo. I don't know where to start. You see, what I will say is that from what you've done in your own business, it clearly shows that the young can grow. It clearly shows that if you are really determined as a business, you do the right things, the sky is your own limit. You demonstrated that. Firstly, I will say congrats to you and your partners. And I like your diversity in terms of membership of your board. And but diversity is not just about the male and the female, but the experiences, the faces I saw there. And I think it's something that we should try to imbibe, no matter how little we do that diversity, it helps a lot in terms of our own thinking, in terms of value, educational qualifications and experiences. So that's what I'm taking out from what I've seen in your own business. And I thank you for the inspirational speaking, words you've said here. And I believe our young directors have learned so much from you. Thank you for being with us here. Anything more? My remarks. Okay, Shadi, I'm here for you. Now, yeah, okay. Are there any questions for our last two speakers? You have any? Would you want to take that?
This way. Just in case there's any organization that will come up and say, yeah, we have it. It says, is there funding for sustainable businesses in Access Bank? So any of our speakers want to talk about funding in any bank? Okay, she already answered that, thank you. No, she talked about loans, that they'll consider that in giving loans, right? Yeah, but okay, we'll take that as an answer, thanks for that. All right, the next question, I will direct it to Mr. Bamiduro. The question is, what are some ways offices can be more sustainable? What recommendations do you have for improving sustainability within the office space? So I think the question is more as to the physical features of an office space. Oh, is he here? Okay, after, yeah. Oh, the first one about funding. Okay, let's take after he's already with the, thank you so much, Dr. Hassan. Yeah, go ahead with the second question. He will take.
Okay, all right, I'll go ahead. Yes. Well, I'm not exactly a building expert, but I think in the office space, it's really the quite obvious things, right, around conserving resources, right, energy, particularly transitioning to solar, of course, right. And today, especially with the removal of fuel subsidy in Nigeria, it's not just a nice thing to do or something that impacts on the climate, but actually it reduces your costs very, very significantly if you make that transition. So I think thinking through doing an energy audit, there are experts who do that all the time, sort of like figure out how much energy are you actually consuming, but also how much energy do you actually need? And then, what are the best sustainable sources for that energy, for those energy needs? I think that's one thing. I think also if you look at some of the dynamics around the new world of work, when you look at remote work, for example, right? Does everyone need to really come to the office every single day?
HR.
Right? Well, I don't want to offend the HR leaders, but those are some things to also look at in terms of modernizing how our approach to even our workspace design as well. There's some other things, we all like very large, nice, fancy private offices, right? Some of those things are nice, but they also have implications for costs, for energy consumption, so the air conditioning that maybe 20 people should use or 10 people should use, only one person is using it. So if things around office design, energy audit systems, remote work, etc., are some of the quick wins to reduce our carbon footprint. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So you see, in addressing sustainability issues, sometimes it's like we're shaking tables, right? Yeah, big offices and all. Thank you for that, Mr. Bamiduro. So Dr. Hassan, the first question around funding, how people can get funding and whether sustainable businesses, have better stakes.
I think I want to play the devil's advocate now. So nobody knows the mind of the other person. But I think what that person who asked the question was addressing was not funding by way of loan. For a lot of startups, there are different kinds of fundings available. There are angel investors. They want to invest in your business. They want to see what you are doing. And that is why, especially for people running small businesses, put yourself out. Let the whole world see what you are doing. You will be shocked. Somebody is seeing what you are doing. I was in Abuja the whole of last week. We've put out information about the conference we are having next month. I received a cold call. Somebody said, "Oh, we saw what you are doing and we are interested, but we went online. We didn't see your online representation. Can you give us more information?" Immediately, I called the person constructing the website. Please, 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 conclude whatever you are doing. If there's correction, still put it there. We'll correct later. What I'm saying is that put yourself out. Somebody is interested in what you are doing. And before you do it, there are angel investors. They have this fund. They want to invest, but they want to see what you are doing. Then apart from that, there are also social investors. They are interested. They have funds. They want to invest. Of course, they are going to make money as well. But clearly, they don't just want to invest. They want to see what people are doing before. And then, you see, when we talk about loan, especially with what a lot of banks are doing now, they are trying to empower. There are a lot of empowerment program going on. I'm aware Access Bank and some other banks, FCMB, women, when there is a woman on your board, or there is a woman running a business, small or big, they are giving you loan at virtually reduced rate. Part of what I went to do in Abuja yesterday, there is an organization called Norembeja. They are doing an empowerment program for youth, and they are focused on youth corpers. They are giving grants. If you have businesses, you will come, they will organize some kind of a competition, and I think they said the first person will win 7.5 million grant. So what we should do as investors, as small businesses, nanos trying to start up something, let us look for those opportunities. They are available. And that's why I will continue to emphasize this issue of collaboration. Information is key. If you sit down in your corner and you are struggling, you will keep struggling. But talk to people, ask what they are doing. If you see somebody doing well, for me, copying is a strategy. If you see something good, copy it and see how you can make it better. Some of the times when I want to come up with an initiative, I Google, I go online, I see who is doing it in another clime. And there is nothing wrong for you to copy it and come and replicate it in your own clime. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So show the value you're bringing, create visibility for your business, and like it said in an organization I worked for before, still with pride. Okay, so there's a question here that I think has been answered. It says, what are the possible ways or strategies that an insurance industry can adopt to have a sustainable business? I think the principles of sustainability have been shared, but if there's anything, is there anything particular about the insurance industry that you want to share? Any of our speakers? Okay. Yes. Oh, how could I even forget? The chairman of our occasion, mutual benefits. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Everything that has been said, I think, is applicable to every sector, irrespective of where you are operating. But one thing that is critical, which I will say in insurance, is having an integrity, a structure that has integrity. Once you have a structure that people can relate with, of course, anything you want to do becomes possible. Either you want to attract new investors, you want to increase capital, or you want to expand. Everything will become a lot easier if they can relate, one, the board, the management, and they can see a structure, clearly identified structure, and that will greatly help. For example, there was a time that we actually saw the external funding. When they said we should come and increase capital, every one of us panicked, because when you are increasing from 500 million to 3 billion to 10 billion, but at a point, we all put out our papers to say, look, this is what and what we have. People came from Europe, they came from America, they come and test exactly what and what. And of all the insurance company then, I think about 7, 8 of us were granted huge sum of money, because I remember Mutual Benefit got 25 million. We attracted $25 million. Of course, after attracting, the question is, how do we pay back? Not just paying back, we thought we took a loan of 27 years. They came back after 18 months. We said, look, we want our money back. You know, they said, want our money back. And I said, look, why do you say you want your money back? This is a long-term fund we have taken. Of all the insurance companies, I'm very proud to say it is only Mutual Benefit that was able to show clearly, demonstrate how the money was spent. Even now, the regulators call for a paper. We showed them the bank statement, we showed them the investment we made, and they all saw that it was a long-term investment. Even at that, the people still insisted they want their money back. We went to negotiate, we renegotiate, all appointed to the fact that they wanted the money back within 18 months. This was money that was taken for 25, 27 years. The point I'm making is, it is a very essential that you have a very good structure to support your business. And of all the insurance companies, I remember when we started in 1995, about 35 or 36 of us came in as new entrants. Today, by the grace of God, we have just about 3 left. And of all, in the entire insurance in hierarchy now in Nigeria, I think mutual benefit is number 3, to the glory of God. But the point I'm making is, all they have said, you can actually apply to any sector of the economy where you operate from. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Wow. Integrity. And it's interesting to hear some of the war stories, you know, the challenges, because it's not all rosy, you know, and how you surmount those challenges. So there's just one more question on Slido, and we can take one more question from the audience. So let me just read out the last question. The person says, since sustainability is different from ESG, what are the components of sustainability that are not included in ESG? So Dr. Irene had said the different schools of thought. She uses sustainability, ESG interchangeably. It was Mrs. Omobolanle that talked about how, you know, ESG is separate. I think David also mentioned how ESG is just a component of sustainability. You know, there are some technicalities around it, but I guess if you can just mention a few factors or things that are, you know, within the broader part of sustainability, separate from ESG. So who wants to go for that? Okay, Dr. Irene, thank you.
Thank you. I think, you know, to what I said, sometimes some will say tomatoes, potatoes, potatoes. Yeah. But in truth, so especially now with the S1, S2, it's really irrelevant anymore. But some would argue and say basically, sustainability is the broad landscape and the ESG are the elements you use to achieve the sustainability. You understand? I hope it's clear. It's the components that make up that sustainability. Sustainability is the broad aspect that shows the output. Even if you just say, okay, we started, we have a plan, we have all of that, that's enough, and then you move on and all that. I remember again, a lot of people, the financial period is, you know, later on in the year.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for your participation. I think it's great to see that some people still seated and participated. So a round of applause for you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Chimwe. We're doing our very best to catch up with time. So we're going to launch right into the next item on our agenda, which is the reveal of the e-magazine. So I will call on the chair of the YDF, Mrs. Akimushere, as well as the chair of the editorial committee for the magazine, Mrs. Titilope Nwakwe. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you for staying for so long. We decided to go on a learning journey on sustainability, and in order for us to have something to go back to, you want to have a compendium of, you know, the different topics and the things we had. We talked about inclusion at some point, diversity. We talked about the workplace. We also talked about ESG, sustainability, and of course today we're discussing reporting. And so we have a digest that has different articles that speaks to some of these learnings and some of these topics. We have some from some of our previous speakers and facilitators, and of course from members of the YDF. So it is our pleasure to welcome for the unveiling of this digest, the chairman of the conference, none other than Dr. Aki Ogunbi. You're welcome, sir.
Wow. The president and chairman of council of IOD, I want to say that IOD has actually grown. You've moved far, far away from where we used to where we left it. The Young Directors Initiative. When did you start this initiative? How long ago? 3 years ago. Oh, okay. The legal advisor. You have done wonderfully well. At least we've now seen clearly the impact of IoD on our youth. And for what we're doing today, having a meeting conference on building sustainable business and the place of sustainability reporting. If really you want to take home, people want to say, what exactly are we taking home? I think it's just apt that this magazine is being launched here today. The magazine actually touches on so many areas of what we've been discussing. I've just looked through it. Madam just handed it over to me, but I can see clearly it's like a compendium of what has been discussed here today. And if you can get a copy of it, or you can read it online, I'm sure your effort today, coming here today, you have been becoming something extremely tangible. And so, on behalf of God Almighty, in the name of God Almighty, and on behalf of the President and Chairman of Council, and all executive members of IoD Council, and of course, the executive members of the Young Directors Committee of IoD, is a committee forum of IoD. I want you to please, can we get copies? Oh, okay, you want to, oh, okay. Okay. So maybe if after launching it or before you, okay, hold on.
It's going to be an e-digest. So, but for those who are interested in copies, we are trying to discourage, having hard papers everywhere. But if you're interested for your library, of course, you can order and we'll produce for you at a very minimal cost. But in the spirit of our conference today, everybody has the opportunity to scan the QR code that will be projected by the media team, and then you can have access to it online. But if you are interested, you want that copy in your library, it looks very good. We have a special interview with Mrs. Omobolanle Victor Olaniyan. She answers a lot of questions about sustainability in it. So it's something you don't want to miss. Over to you, sir.
So for emphasis, if you want a copy of this, they can produce for you at a cost. But I think you can get it online. It's free. So I want to, on behalf of, in the name of God and on behalf of the President and the Chairman of Council, I launch this in the name of God the Father. If you have it, please just raise it up. I launch this in the name of God the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit for a very effective reading and benefit to young directors. It's not only young directors, from everything that we have discussed today, sustainability in Nigerian business environment has come to stay. And it is important that you have adequate knowledge of how you can effectively put this in place in your business. Ladies and gentlemen, I launch this in the name of God the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, just while we're trying to get together for the pictures, the QR code is on the screen now, so you can scan and get your e-copies. But like the chair has said, if you want hard copies, we're able to print hard copies for you at a very discounted rate. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for spending most of your day with us at the YDF Maiden Annual Conference with the theme, Building a Sustainable Business, Sustainability Reporting for Businesses. We've done so much today. We've covered a lot of ground, and I'm sure we all agree to that. So we are bringing the event to a wrap-up now. I'll start by appreciating all our speakers, all our panelists, moderators, special guests, the audience, our members online who joined us virtually. We thank you so much. We'll be putting up key outcomes from this conference. I will just run through some of those outcomes, but the post-conference report will do justice to all that we have outlined here. We learned that companies that practice ESG, that practice or inculcate sustainability are good companies, that businesses should practice extended producer responsibility, which is being involved with the life cycle of your products. You know, there are tons of examples. We also learned that succession planning is key to building a sustainable business. All the speakers who spoke didn't mention succession. So the conference chairman mentioning succession is very, very important. We also learned that it's a long-term journey and maybe more expensive at the onset, but through cost-benefit balancing or cost-benefit analysis, we would get so much out of it. Businesses must also redefine their core values, have clear but ambitious goals. Sustainability without reporting is simply a mere PR exercise. We learned that about greenwashing. Businesses must also ensure deep stakeholder engagement from all levels, as their staff, their directors, their shareholders are ambassadors. We also learned that sustainability certification is important, especially those that are African friendly. And to that extent, we learned that Nigeria has adopted ESG standards, and that from January 1st, 2024, we will now be the Financial Reporting Council and all its partners will now start requiring your sustainability report, your ESG report, for you to do business, for you to be part of the value chain. So for me, that was one of the highlights of this meeting today, which Madam from the NGX really threw light, because this means that that extended producer responsibility we have been talking about, for those of us from the advocacy end, is now coming to light, because we've always encouraged people to ensure the products they put out have a better life cycle. And the absence of that is what makes recycling and plastic recollection very difficult, because it is not incentivized by a token. So having said that, we'll do a formal report in the post-conference report and share with everyone. I'll just quickly go on to one of the last activities for the day before we call on the closing remarks, which is the identification of the sustainability heroes. So we had a worksheet that was shared around. A number of people filled it online and also on site. It really shows that the members or the people in this audience are very, very conscious of what sustainability is, and we have a good knowledge of our climate vocabulary. However, 5 names stand out, and I'll be calling them, and the chairperson of the YDF will come and present our token. But in the sustainability journey, I must say, it's not a competition, so even if you didn't make 100%, you at least made an attempt. And we urge you to do more in your personal lives. I always say sustainability is an action word. And like we've learned today, it starts from everything we do. From when we wake up in the morning, when you're brushing your teeth, don't let the tap run. Shut it off. Tell your kids, conserve energy, eat responsibly. Your food, know where your food is coming from. If possible, start your own home farm, start your own garden. Some of us have lots of space. Hydroponic farming, soilless farming, use your fences. Get your bags of your jute bags, replant your yam, get a few chickens, a few layers. So little efforts we need to make can go a long way. And what this does is, when we go into our businesses where we are the thought leaders or where we have controlling shares or controlling interest, it begins to reflect. So on that note, I'd like to call on the following people who have gotten 100% over 100%. Eberika Machi, is she still with us? Eberika Machi, can you just wave if you don't want to stand up? Maybe she's left. Eniola Olatunji, Jennifer, no last name, just Jennifer. And Dayo Adeusi, and Adetunji Oyebanji. Where's Jennifer? Please come up. Mr. Adetunji, please join us on the stage. You are our sustainability hero. A round of applause for them. And then Eberika, Eniola, and Dayo, I think they've left. I'll call on my YDF chairperson to come and present. Or the chairman planning committee, Mr. Adedayo, please come and present the trophy. Come and present the trophy to our sustainability heroes. Anybody that knows any of these 3 names, we'll try and find them from their contact details and send it to them. A complimentary copy. Over to you, sir. Thank you. So can you tell us how you got everything, sir? As a busy executive. I'm surprised you got everything there.
No, it's just about keeping current, focusing on this very, very important issue. I think it's something that all of us need to pay more attention to. I think one of the speakers was talking about when she was young in Ikoyi. I think I have a few years on her, and I grew up in this same Ikoyi, and I know the difference time has made in terms of flooding and so on and so forth. So I think we all really need to pay more attention to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jennifer, you're a property company, and you guys are compliant, so I learned. Can you tell us how you, hope you didn't check on ChatGTP on any of the answers?
I think I just used basic primary, secondary school knowledge to answer it.
You are a smart kid from primary school. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. All right, so before I call on the chairman to round up, I will just speak on one of our exhibitors. I'll give kudos to all our sponsors once again. White Rose Properties, Echo, Fitness Hub, Avitium, Alpha Bravo, The Cable, Adroit and Det, and Wheat and Strats. So Wheat and Strats, they do sustainable design. They have a booth outside. So if you've heard so much about sustainability reporting and you want your sustainability reports to look really, really touch, you can speak with them. And you recall from the Max co-founders' remarks, the way you present yourself matters. So your sustainability report should be fine. And the organizers of the worksheets that we have a carbon sink by way of the Eco Park Mangrove Sanctuary. Is the largest mangrove sanctuary in Nigeria. It's in Akodo-Ise in Ibejuleki, Lagos. They also have a marathon and other green projects. They are promoting the Green Lekki Corridor project together with Last Park, which is why you see coconut trees along the Lekki Express. Though that project has been stopped for some time due to the LCC toll gate arrangement, but with our work together, we can have it resumed. And so finally, I will be calling on the Chairman, Governing Council, and President of the YDF to come forward and give us his closing remarks. Sorry, I'm sorry. I've been mixing the title. I've been calling Folashade. I'm sorry. My due apologies, Mr. President. So the President, by the way, I've now, as a member of YDF, and they compare together with Barrister Ayo Yinka, I've now found a new job now as a sustainability compare. So I'm available for gigs. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would go and tone my skills more, and I'll be available for gigs. Please just contact YDF. And it's for free. Sustainability work is for free. So when I say I'm available, we're not charging a penny. We're just impacting to people. So it's a free gig. Thank you so much, Mr. President and Chairman, Governing Council of the Chartered Institute of Directors, our first vice, second vice, Madam Aminat, great work you do for sustainability as well. My Chairman, Planning Committee, Chairperson, YDF. We call on Mr. Chairman to give the closing remarks. Oh, not closing remarks, just the remarks. Yeah, remarks, yes, sorry. Remarks.
Well, closing remarks, but let me just talk about two things, integrity and enterprise. You see, by way of talking one or the other, each of the speakers talked about this integrity. And it's all about character, competence, your capability. And enterprise, we're talking of young directors here. So if you see what we preach in IOD, clearly the issue of integrity is so important in whatever you do. And then enterprise, we want you to be the big Dangotes of tomorrow, the Otedolas, okay? And then the Odutolas and the Abiolas. We look forward to seeing that. So thank you for your time. Have a good evening. Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll call on on the chairman of the Conference Planning Committee, Mr. Adeyinka Adedokun, to give the closing remarks. Oh, what's that? Oh, we're going straight to the vote of thanks. Okay, so we'll call on Mr. Eyo, who is the vice chairman of the YDF, to give the vote of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I think it's been a long day, and you agree with me, it's also been a very rewarding day. It's been a day well spent. I mean, we've learned tons, incredible things. And on that note, on behalf of the Young Directors Forum, I'd like to say a big thank you and express our heartfelt gratitude to everyone who is, has been able to be part of this memorable and it's a milestone in our journey since we began as YDF. I want to say that your presence here has made a whole world of difference to us. Because if you guys had not braced the traffic, the heavy downpour, and to be here, I mean, the place will be empty. I want to specifically thank our president and chairman of council, Chartered Institute of Directors, for just really gracing this occasion. Sir, today is your birthday. There are 1,000,001 things that you could have done. And I know that several calls have come in congratulating you, but you put this out there as a priority. It speaks volumes to us. We are grateful for that, sir. You didn't come here alone, sir. You came with your team. The first vice president, Mr. Tunji Oyebanji. We are grateful, sir, that you could be part of here. The second vice president, Mrs. Amina Oyegbola, pardon me, ma. We are grateful that you are also here. And of course, our honorable legal advisor and the chairman of the YDF Advisory Committee. You unpicked us. You guided us. You've been with us true and true. Just really guiding us. This is the product of your persistency, your mentoring. We are grateful for this. I want to say thank you to our incredible speakers, keynote speaker, special speakers, Mrs. Omowolanle Victor Olaniyan, Dr. Irene Robinson Anyowale, Mr. James Ogunleye, Mrs. Adetayo, Mr. Adetayo Bamijuro, for your thought-provoking delivery on the subject matter. I know that we've been richly blessed. We've learned tons. We are taking away several lessons as young directors, things that we can build into the DNA of our businesses. Because as we all know, many of the young businesses barely make it into their 6th year because of some basic fundamental principle. Things around sustainability, things around governance, care for the environment, the place of profit, the place of people, just really putting everything in perspective. We've learned so much. And I'm truly grateful that I can be a part of the YDF. I left paid employment, so to say, after 20 years in banking as a senior manager, but not at the C level. But coming into the C level, managing a microfinance bank, and coming to see there's really a whole lot that I have been able to learn within the period that I've come into the YDF. And so this is my call and charge to all our wonderful attendees. I mean, we are grateful for your presence. We know that you have learned a lot of things, but there's still much more besides. In terms of corporate governance, in terms of transparency, in terms of sustainability, and so much more. And the IoD, the CIoD, and indeed the YDF is that platform that can help you to manage your business sustainably. And it will start by learning, because we have a rich array of resources. Mentoring, there are various courses. There are also knowledge sharing experiences, webinars, and different things that are available to you if you come on board as a member of the YDF. So I want to say thank you to all of you who have attended today. It doesn't end here. Let's take it a step higher. Let's sign up and become members of the YDF. And I know that a whole new tons or a floodgate of ingredients will be poured into your businesses. I want to thank the conference planning committee, the chairman and his team, the editorial committee. I also want to thank the CIoD secretariat, our DG who is here and his team, for your unrelenting support. You're always there to guide us, to show us how to do things, and for the collective good of this our ecosystem, which we call the Chartered Institute of Directors. Thank you so much. I pray that may the good Lord grant you journey mercies as you go back to your respective places of abode. Please do not run away in a hurry. There's opportunity for networking, to meet several people. There's also lunch downstairs, because I know we have taken so much of your time. Thank you so much. God bless you, and have a good time.